has been will be totally sanitized for the few hours before this blast can actually happen. On the other side, the traffic movement will be slightly restricted for 500 meters. What we have also got to know that the Noida Greater Noida Expressway will also be closed for the time period in between 2 p.m. to 3 p.m. But to fight pollution, the district administration of Noida has also started bringing these water sprinklers, which are truck-mounted water sprinklers, which are being placed at several locations. So on one side, you have the incident command center entering this zone, which is a zone which will be totally sanitized before the demolition could start. On the other side, these water sprinklers which are here, which has a capacity of around 90,000 liters of water, which will try to settle down the dust as soon as the demolition happen, has also been brought here in Noida near the Supertech Twin Towers. Before the explosion, now green corridor mock drills are being done on this flyover, which is known as JP flyover. Now you can see these ambulances, traffic police posters, as well as the interceptor vehicles are being used by the Noida police, and they are also doing an announcement that passage should be given to the ambulances. These kind of drills are being carried out at several locations. So the drills are being carried out, preparations are at least.
Yeah, the preparations are at place. As you can see, the dry run for green corridor is also going on. Police is already deployed in at every place nearby the exclusion zone also. I think everything is fine as of now, but I'll take an okay report from everyone, especially the RWA societies regarding the evacuation. Then by 2:15 I'll have to take a round also. Before that I have a lot of work. Please excuse me.
Yeah, certainly. So there you heard from the command in charge, who is also here at this command room. And apart from the mock drills, there have been specific arrangement which has been done in place, but all eyes on this particular building, because the demolition will happen around 2:30. For 9 seconds, what is going to happen to fate of the other two buildings, although those edifice officials have already got insurance of around 100 crores if in case there is any kind of destruction which also happen or damage which also happen to the adjacent property. But in between that, preparations are certainly on here in Noida.
Alright, just about 40 minutes to go now for the explosion to take place finally, and to ensure everything goes on smoothly, a lot of checks have been taking place late last evening, this morning as well. Since morning, several checks that are being conducted to ensure that everything is in place. A team of the edifice engineering that is responsible for bringing down the towers was also at the spot with the DCP to ensure, with the police officials, to ensure everything is in place, everything is going according to plan.
दोपहर 2:30 बजे का वक्त जो नोएडा सुपरटेक ट्विन टावर को गिराने का है, उसको लेके पूरी तैयारियां जो है वो कंप्लीट कर ली गई हैं। अभी डीसीपी सेंट्रल जो है राजेश जी यहाँ पे मौजूद हैं और पूरे हालात का जायजा ले रहे हैं। इसके साथ साथ जो एडिफिस की टीम है वो यहाँ पहुंची है और यहाँ पे पूरी तरीके से वो लोग जो है फाइनल मॉनिटरिंग कर रहे हैं। जो भी इक्विपमेंट्स लगाने थे वो अब लगा दिए गए हैं और पूरी तरीके से जो है वो चेक पॉइंट्स बना दिए गए हैं। हर चीज चेक की जा रही है। ये भी बताया जा रहा है इनकी तरफ से कि 20 से ज्यादा जो है इक्विपमेंट्स यहाँ पे लगाए गए हैं और जो है पूरी तैयारी जो है यहाँ पे मुकम्मल की गई। ओके, तो देखिए आप यहाँ पे जो है बहुत गहन मीटिंग चल रही है यहाँ पे एडिफिस टीम और जो डीसीपी सेंट्रल है, पूरी तैयारी यहाँ पे डिस्कस कर ली गई है और किस तरीके से जो है पूरा ये प्रोजेक्ट अंजाम दिया जाएगा, कहाँ पे इंस्ट्रूमेंट लगाएंगे और कहाँ से जो है ये ब्लास्ट को मॉनिटर किया जाएगा। जो पूरा मोबाइल जो है इनका वैन, उसको यहाँ पे स्टैब्लिश किया गया है और ये पूरी तैयारी जो है यहाँ पे 2:30 बजे के लिए मुकम्मल की गई है।
Also, we are getting some more inputs coming in, breaking news coming in at the moment as we spoke about the kind of monitoring, the kind of checks that are in place. Ritu Maheshwari has now also reached the command center. Remember, at the command center, continuous monitoring of the situation going on not just of the building, of the kind of preparations that have gone in place, but also of the other officials that have been deployed across the city to ensure a smooth movement. In and around the towers, of course, massive police deployment, and we not just have police deployment but also contingency measures, ambulances that are on standby, NDRF teams that are at the spot. Traffic movement has been halted completely. Just 2 hours, for 2 hours, electricity also shut off completely around in the residential areas as well. So several measures have been taken, and it's all being controlled in the command center, is where the officials are sitting and monitoring the situation, real-time monitoring of what's happening, whether everything is going according to plan, the kind of coordination that has gone on between the departments to ensure everything is going on smoothly. That on one side. On the other side, after the explosion, just about 1 hour after that, the officials will also be at the Twin Tower to assess the damage and also to see whether everything has gone according to plan or not. Remember, the residents can return to their homes. Those from the apartments close by who have been evacuated, including the ATS village and the Emerald Court, they can return to their homes by 7 p.m. today. But all eyes are going to be on what happens at 2:30 p.m. when that explosion takes place. 9 seconds is all it's going to take for the entire 100-meter structure, over 800 flats, to be razed down completely. What's going to happen? We are going to be here, of course, getting you not just the latest details but also the best views of the explosion as it takes place. Our reporters across the city getting you different angles of the explosion as it takes place. For now, we're slipping into a very quick break here. Don't go anywhere. We'll be joining you next on the other side.
Everything is ready.
Yeah. Sir, is everything okay, sir? All fine?
Everything's wonderful.
I think it is a good decision by the court, and it is in the interest of the public, and it will be a lesson for all the builders.
Successfully evacuate सारा करना है, किसी को कोई तकलीफ ना हो.
हटाना है.
Back with more news. Prime Minister Modi inaugurated the pedestrian-only Atal Bridge on Sabarmati River in Gujarat's Ahmedabad. Union Home Minister Amit Shah inaugurated the office of NI in Raipur. Chief Minister Bhupesh Baghel was also in attendance. Murugamud seer Shivamurthy Swamy has been booked under POCSO Act for sexually assaulting girls. The NTA will reconduct NEET exams for girls in Kerala who were allegedly forced to remove their innerwear. And all eyes are set on India versus Pakistan match in the T20 Asia Cup will be played today 7:30 p.m. Indian time. Panel constituted to probe the circumstances surrounding Jai Jayalalitha's death submitted its report to Tamil Nadu Chief Minister M.K. Stalin.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control.
India all set to witness the fall of Supertech Twin Towers. All preparations in place for the highest ever building to be demolished in the country. 100-meter tall structures to be razed down, 3,700 kg explosives strapped to buildings, all nearby buildings evacuated. Only ambulances and emergency services allowed near the demolition site. Corruption and collusion led to approval for 9 floors being upped to 40 floors as the monumental symbol of graft comes crashing. UP CM says no place for illegalities in New Uttar Pradesh. His deputy links graft to Samajwadi Party. Noida residents watch with anticipation as crackdown on corruption takes place. State puts plans in place to tackle aftermath amidst apprehensions of likely damage to property and environment. Another FIR in sexual assault charges dogging Muruga Mutt in Karnataka after seer and 4 others being booked under sections of POCSO Act. Now former MLA S.K. Basavarajan and his wife accused of sexually assaulting the warden and harassing kids at the Mutt. Chief Minister promises strictest action against culprits. Amidst allegations of Sonali Fogart being brought to death with an eye on her property, Haryana Chief Minister writes to Goa government seeking CBI probe. Chief Minister Sawant says if required will transfer cases to central agencies. India rejects China's insinuations that New Delhi pressured Colombo against allowing docking of Chinese research vessel to Sri Lankan port. Asserts it will take decisions based on its security concerns.
Welcome viewers, you're watching Times Now. Just half an hour to go. We're covering the biggest story of the day, the demolition of the Twin Towers. Right behind me, as you can see, the towers of corruption that are going to crumble, reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds at 2:30 p.m. Just 30 minutes to go for that big moment. It's being seen as a victory of the people, and the entire tower is going to be brought down. A lot of efforts have gone into it, a lot of preparations in place. The entire city waiting in anticipation of how it's going to unfold, what is the impact that it's going to have. At Times Now, we have the biggest team of reporters who are joining us from different parts of the city, getting the closest views of the explosion, getting you the inside details of what's going to happen, how it's all been planned and what next. As we get you these details, I'll tell you the top developments. First up, of course, the officials have conducted all the checks with just 30 minutes to go for the demolition to take place. Checks being conducted at the very last moment as well, to ensure everything is executed with precision, to ensure that everything is going on according to plan. There are police deployment as well in and around the Twin Towers. Police officials have been deployed. 500 meters radius, there is no movement allowed at all. A green corridor has been put in place to ensure safe passage of ambulances that have been kept on standby. Metros have been halted. Electricity around the area has been shut off completely for 2 hours. Residences around evacuated completely. It's a big operation
which has been done in the past. और चाहे जितना बड़ा आदमी हो, public domain में zero tolerance to all such illegal activity, ये बहुत जरूरी था. नोएडा के क्षेत्र में हो रहा है ये काम. निश्चय ही नोएडा, ग्रेटर नोएडा, अन्य क्षेत्रों में एक मैसेज होगा, पूरे प्रदेश में मैसेज होगा कि अगर कहीं इलीगल करेंगे तो काम किसी भी दिन नहीं चल पाएगा. इसकी समीक्षा उद्योग विभाग के द्वारा डिमोलिशन की बहुत क्लोजली और पैनी नजर से की गई है. सीईओ नोएडा जो है उन्होंने व्यवस्था बनाई है और दोनों बिल्डिंग्स के डिमोलिशन के लिए हर विभाग को जोड़कर वहां पर पूरी तैयारी कर ली है. मेरी अभी कुछ देर पहले सीईओ नोएडा ऋतु महेश्वरी जी से, वहां के सीपी आलोक सिंह जी से, वहां के डीएम सुहास से जो है बात हुई है. सभी लोग मौके पर मौजूद हैं. जिन बिल्डिंग्स को इवैक्यूएट करना था सुरक्षा की दृष्टि से वो भी कर दिया गया है. और डिमोलिशन के बाद जो वहाँ का जो एनवायरनमेंट का पूरा एक मॉनिटरिंग करने की जरूरत होती है, वहाँ के एयर पोल्यूशन अगर न हो उसके लिए स्प्रिंकलिंग, उसके लिए वाटर का छिड़काव, ये सब पूरी तैयारी कर ली गई. मैं ये समझता हूँ कि पुलिस का पर्याप्त बंदोबस्त हो गया है. वहाँ लोगों को ये जरूर आना होना चाहिए कि आसपास न जाएं. जिन बिल्डिंग्स को इवैक्यूएट किया है वहाँ कोई भी आदमी ना रहे, जिससे सभी व्यक्ति सुरक्षित रहे. निश्चय ही 2:30 बजे जब ये पूरा डिमोलिशन होगा तो पूरी व्यवस्था के साथ होगा. हाईएस्ट टेक्नोलॉजी यूज की गई है. मुझे बताया गया है कि साउथ अफ्रीका के एक्सपर्ट्स आए हैं जिन्होंने पहले भी इंडिया में अन्य डिमोलिशन किए हैं. तो
Okay, all right. So there you had it, the ACS home, talking about the preparations that are in place. So our views are completely on the towers. We have less than 30 minutes to go now, about 25 minutes to go now for the explosion to take place. We've been covering every aspect of the demolition, including the residents' point of view, what's the kind of effort that has been taken by the authorities, and of course also covering the politics of it. We had the top officials reviewing the situation. Remember, the top officials are reporting to the Chief Minister. The Chief Minister himself is personally reviewing the preparations that are in place to ensure everything goes on smoothly. The top officials are there currently at the spot to ensure everything is everything goes on smoothly. In fact, the officials, in some breaking news now coming in, the officials are currently at the building. We are told some very last minute checks that are being conducted. Remember, the officials have been manually climbing through all the floors to ensure that everything is in place. Explosives have been placed in the floors of the building, and 3,500 kgs of high-grade explosives that have been put in place. So the officials are currently there at the spot to ensure that they are looking at everything being in place, and there's no reason to worry at all. Traffic on the expressway has also been completely halted. Metro has been shut for half an hour. Fire tenders, ambulances on standby. 2-kilometer radius around has been completely closed as a safety protocol. These are the details that are coming in. You're seeing the visuals on your screens of the buildings. The implosion method is what is going to be used to bring down the towers. And the apex tower includes 11 major blast floors where all columns of each of the floors have explosives that are installed there. So this is what the officials are checking. They're currently there. Just a very last minute check that's being conducted. In the other building as well, 7 secondary floors, 60% of the columns are being blasted. Some of the reactions also coming in. Let's play that out.
How is the preparation as far as the demolition drive is concerned?
Preparation is all on track and experts are guiding the demolition process. विशेषज्ञों के देखरेख में सुरक्षा मानकों के दृष्टिगत जो भी नियमानुसार कार्रवाई करना है ध्वस्तीकरण की कार्रवाई
तैयारियों पिछले 6 महीने से हम लोग तैयारी कर रहे हैं और इवैक्यूएशन के बाद जो हमारे किसी भी तरह की लिविंग थिंग्स हैं, व्हीकल्स हैं, इवन पैट और स्ट्रे एनिमल्स हैं, उनको भी सब वहाँ से वैकेट करा दिया गया है. वी आर ऑल गुड टू गो बाय.
आज हमारे लिए बहुत बड़ा दिन है, पर हमें जो है बहुत सारी प्रेपरेशंस करनी पड़ी. जैसे हमारी सोसाइटी के लिए बहुत ही नुकसानदेह होगा क्योंकि इतने एक्सप्लोसिव्स लगे हैं, उनकी सारी डस्ट आएगी, सब उसके लिए प्रिकॉशन मेजर्स हमें बहुत ज़्यादा लेने पड़े. और भी जो भी जितनी भी प्लांटेशन थी सबको बचाने की कोशिश की है, मगर हमारी जो आफ्टर डेमोलिशन है उसके तो बहुत साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स हैं.
जो होने जा रहा है उसको अभी तक किसी ने देखा नहीं है, तो जहाँ तक है प्रिकॉशन सभी ले रहे हैं, बट एक्सप्लोजिव है. एक्सप्लोजिव जब एक्सप्लोड करेगा तो वो कहाँ तक उसका असर होगा, बच्चों पे क्या असर होगा, बुजुर्गों पे क्या असर होगा, तो वो एक चीज़ सोचने वाली.
Alright, so those are the visuals of the buildings that you're seeing on your screens there. For the residents, this is the moment that they've been waiting for in and around the areas for several decades. For over a decade they fought for this. Now finally the structure is going to be brought down. Around the area, as you can see as well, there are buildings around. These are the buildings that have been cleared and evacuated completely. Sabyasachi is joining us live. Sabyasachi, for the residents there, take us to what's happening there.
Well, right now I'm standing on the terrace of Parasnath Prestige Society, and behind me is the Twin Towers. And after a few minutes, the residents who have come from ATS and the other societies would be coming here in the terrace to watch the live demolition of the Twin Towers. For them, it's a matter where they have fought for over the years, and on one hand they are happy, on the other hand they're quite nervous looking at the circumstances. They fear about whether because of the vibration there might be any sort of structural damage, also on the part of the pollution and debris. So these are some of the concerns which the residents has put forth time and again, but they are very happy with the kind of preparation that has been done by the engineering companies which are going to demolish the Twin Towers today. And throughout the day there had all the residents have been quite excited about the fact, because over the years they have fought this battle, and also Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath has also tweeted that there is no place of illegal structure in the new Uttar Pradesh and in the new India. After that we had seen the political reaction from the SP also coming in, but clearly at this particular time the focus is right on the Twin Towers, which will be demolished just after a few minutes. You can see the white patches. These are the patches where the explosives has been put forth, and around 3,700 kg of explosive has been put in around 7,000 holes in
in the entire tower, and the tower will just go down, and this particular process is called as the waterfall technique, which has been adopted by the engineering companies today. So clearly, slowly, the residents are going to come here in the terrace today to witness the live demolition of the Twin Tower. Back to you.
Okay, all right. In fact, we are also getting the closest views, perhaps the closest to the location. Priyank and Aishwarya are also joining us. Over to you. What's happening there? Now we see the countdown well and truly begun. We have less than 20 minutes to go for the demolition to take place.
Countdown has begun and all the preparations have already been completed. We have seen that the senior officials are already here on the ground at the makeshift command room, which where the senior officials of the Noida administration, the officers of DPIC, as well as the Noida police location.
All right, we're facing some technical difficulties. We'll come back to you, Priyank and Aishwarya. Apologies for the technical difficulties. We'll just go back to that. But there you have it. The countdown has truly begun, and in a few minutes from now, the entire structure is going to be razed to rubble. And this is the moment that the residents have been waiting for, to see their victory after several years of a legal battle. Finally, this is the moment that they have been waiting for. To just give you a bit of a background on that, the structures that you're seeing on your screens are massive structure. This is the reason why there has been so much preparation that has gone in to ensure that there is minimal damage. Each of these two buildings are about 100 meters in height. To just put things in perspective, it is even taller than Qutub Minar. So it's a massive structure, one of the tallest buildings to be brought down in the entire country. This kind of a controlled explosion to bring down an illegal structure is happening for the very first time in India, and a lot of preparations have gone into place to ensure that everything goes according to plan. The officials have assured us that there is no reason to worry that the entire building will collapse onto itself because of an implosion method that is used. Explosives have been placed at strategic points in the building, in the columns of the building, to ensure that the rubble falls down and does not fly out. So the debris that you're going to see, it's not going to be flying around to the other buildings. As you can see on your screens, there are buildings that are extremely close to these twin towers. So there was a bit of a worry on what would happen next, but the officials have assured that there's going to be minimal damage, so there's no reason to worry at all. But there could be a bit of an impact. Shattered glasses is something that's expected. There's going to be a slight vibration as the collapse takes place. Remember, the entire event is going to take place in just 9 seconds. So the entire structure, there are about 850 flats, to give you a perspective of how huge and massive this entire structure is. There are 850 flats in total that are going to be brought down in just 9 seconds. So the impact is going to be massive. There were a bit of a fear as well on the vibration. What is the kind of impact it's going to cause? In the buildings that are extremely close, a few glasses could be shattered, which is why those geoplasters have been put in place in the buildings. Other than that, there's no reason to worry at all. In the 2-kilometer radius, movement has been completely halted. If you're looking there, there's no movement at all on that side because everything has been halted. No traffic movement. Every living being moved from there. People, pets, all the animals from the area have been completely moved from the spot to ensure everything goes on smoothly. And the traffic around expressway as well halted completely to ensure that there is no change in plan. Nothing is going to stop them. To quote one of those who are in fact responsible for bringing down these buildings as well, they said only God can stop them because everything has been accounted for, including the weather changes, any of the last minute challenges that come in as well. Everything has been accounted for, so nothing is going to stop this demolition. So to quote him, only God can stop the demolition from taking place. But to ensure, of course, that everything goes on according to plan, last minute checks are being conducted. We've got you visuals of the officials who have walked up the floors. In fact, because there are no escalators, the electricity has also been switched off completely. We had the officials to conduct the inspection on the floors. They walked up just a few moments ago, and everything is set. So it's now over to just about 10 minutes more taking for the entire event to take place. It's a demolition that's going to be watched the country over. Deputy Chief Minister speaking. Let's cut across live.
जैसे ट्विन टावर तो एक मान लीजिए उदाहरण आपने दे दिया कि कोई भी भ्रष्टाचार करेगा तो इमारत ध्वस्त होगी, लेकिन क्या इस तरीके की कोई और इमारत अगर होगी तो क्या सरकार के स्तर पर आप उसकी जांच करवाकर ऐसी कार्रवाई और भविष्य में हो सकती है?
वो तो परिस्थितियों पर निर्भर करता है, देखेंगे। हम व्यक्तिगत तौर से बहुत इस प्रकार के पक्ष में नहीं है कि कोई इमारत खड़ी हो उसमें तमाम पैसे खर्च किए जाएं, तमाम प्रकार से श्रम शक्ति खर्च की जाए और उसके बाद फिर इस प्रकार से ध्वस्त किया जाए, इसके पक्ष में नहीं है। लेकिन कोई गलत है तो उस गलत की सजा जो गलत होगा उसको मिलेगी और जो भी हमारे देश की प्रदेश की अदालतों के द्वारा फैसला सुनाया जाएगा बहुत उसका पालन करेगी।
बहुत शुक्रिया बातचीत करने के लिए। केशव प्रसाद मौर्य जी हैं डिप्टी सीएम यूपी के और साफ तौर पर कह रहे हैं कि इस तरीके की कोई और भी चीजें होंगी तो उस पर सरकार ध्यान देगी। अखिलेश यादव के समय में ये इमारत बनी थी और निश्चित तौर पर कोर्ट के आदेश के बाद इसका ध्वस्तीकरण हो रहा है। जो भी लोग दोषी होंगे उन पर कार्रवाई भी होगी। कैमरामैन सत्यदेव सिंह के साथ आदर्श सिंह, टाइम्स नाउ भारत, लखनऊ।
So yes, we're standing by for the demolition to take place sharp at 2:30 p.m. Just minutes to go, viewers, and Times Now gets you all possible angles. So stay tuned in because this is something that is completely unprecedented. Of course, at this point in time, we're also focusing off the kind of environmental challenges that come in view of this demolition. But remember how all arrangements have been made. Water tankers, sprinklers, smoke guns, all of that will be used right after the demolition. In fact, a sweeping machine is also in place to clean the dust settled on roads. We're seeing those kind of visuals coming from nearby areas, adjacent roads. But yes, the three visuals on your screens, viewers, just minutes to go before the demolition takes place of the Twin Towers. Now remember, as far as this big development is concerned, this is the Tower of Shame, the monument of corruption that is going to come down in minutes from now. Let me go across to Priyank to get us an update on what's happening there. Priyank, minutes to go before we see the collapse of the Twin Towers.
Yes, certainly, and everything is prepared, and panel has also been received by the officials to the Noida police station, and the senior officials have also come to this particular command room. This is going to be the day when everything, all the effort which has been put into picture by the residents of the adjacent towers will be coming into existence, because they kept on working hard so that this illegal tower can be brought down, and finally this is going to happen. What we are getting to know from our Noida police official sources that the final call has 2:15. While talking about the metro case, this particular housing society, Supertech Emerald Court, was proposed in Noida sector 93A with of 48,263 meters. But later to that, in on June 28, 2005, the North Authority, which is known as the Okla Industrial Development Authority, sanctioned building only within 1 year's time after 6,056. Land was also allotted to Supertech. So the area was increasing, and there comes the tricky point. In December 2009, and the sanction of the G+21, which means ground floor and 11th floor on the top of it, was also extended to 15 and 16 floors. But the drama ended not of Supertech Emerald Court with a T16 floor, which and later to that it was also increased to 24 floors. But what our viewers have been looking at on the visuals is 29 and 32 floors of the building. These keeps on changing. It was in year 2007 when the residents at the RWA moved to the court, and in 2012 December, the Emerald High Court actually reached to the court that the twin towers were illegal, and on February 2022, on 7th, as our viewers are already aware, the Supreme Court upheld the
We'll reconnect with our reporters in just a bit, but yes, those are the twin towers that are all set to be demolished. Now remember, several other measures have also been put in place. For example, how 1 nautical mile of airspace will also be unavailable, and we're going to be witnessing the twin towers collapse to nothing, reduced to dust in just 9 seconds. We're telling you about the 3,700 kgs explosives that are being used to raise the twin towers. In fact, since early this morning, 5,000 plus people have already been evacuated from the adjoining towers of both Emerald Court and ATS village societies. We've seen some of the NGOs also coming to the rescue of the people nearby, to the stray animals nearby. So those kind of evacuation procedures have been underway since early this morning. The Greater Noida Expressway, we repeat once again, is shut for vehicular movement. This is expected to take place till about 2:45 p.m. So special arrangements have been made. A dust machine has been installed to monitor the pollution levels as well. Now the situation is going to be sensitive for the coming few minutes, also days to come, because we will see how an attempt will be made to move the rubble, to move the debris out of this very area in the next few days. So a lot of loading and unloading perhaps that will take place, and we will see a lot of dust over this particular region for days to come as well. So final checks over, everything is in place. Our cameras also are very well placed to really give you all angles and the best visuals of the mega demolition that is to take place of the twin towers, the towers of corruption as they are being called, and a big message in that sense that has been sent out to the corrupt builder lobby. So India all set to witness something that it has never seen before. The last time this kind of a demolition took place in India was in Kerala. Let me go across to Aishwarya joining us with more details. Aishwarya, what's happening there?
As we have been told by the officials now, they have moved to another building to monitor the entire situation, and the 500 meters exclusion zone, there are only now 6 people, including Mr. Chetan Datta, who is the Indian blaster who pressed this button, and other 5 blasters, which includes 2 from the jet demolitions and 2 other from the edifice engineering, will be present just 100 meters away from Twin Towers, where they will be pressing the button to demolish these buildings, and all have been, all the other people have been from 500 area. The Greater Noida Expressway currently is shut as far as the traffic diversions is concerned, and the top officials exclusive monitoring has just 6 minutes short of now the building, the Twin Towers building, to be collapsed. On the other side, the statement which also came in just few minutes back from Defense Engineering, that the last minute checks have also been done as far as the button is concerned. There will be just south to the Sian Tower of Twin Tower, where the button has been placed, and soon after pressing that button, they will also be vacating that entire area. They are well confident that the building will implode within that particular prescribed area, and certainly to the south, and no harm will be there to the adjacent buildings, which includes the ATS village society and the Emerald Court society. But clearly, the engineering team has
Okay, we'll go across to Aishwarya in just a bit, but yes, less than 4 minutes to go now, and gone in 10 seconds. 28th of August is something that none of us are going to forget, not for all the right reasons though, because this is where a lot of money was parked, a lot of money that has to still be returned to those who had invested in this very project. But these are the twin towers. One is of course a tower with 32 floors, that's the apex tower, and the other one of 29 floors, but we're talking about 100 meters that are going to be gone in 9 seconds. Karishma is also through with us. Karishma, what are the scenes you're picking up?
हाँ ठीक है.
We'll go across to Karishma in just a bit, but viewers, we are just minutes away. In fact, just about 3 minutes to go before the explosion is heard, before the loud bang is heard, and we've seen the kind of build-up all through the day leading to this very, very big moment, because this is something that is going to put an end to the long battle, the legal battle that several have been fighting for years altogether, and certainly putting an end to all the corrupt engagements of all of these builders. Now, we are of course also watching out for what happens next. Right after the demolition though, preparations are in place with regards to water tankers, with regards to sprinklers, with regards to smoke guns, to make sure that the aftermath of the demolition stays minimal, the impact is minimal damage is witnessed on ground. But yes, several people residing in the neighborhoods who currently are in different other locations have also been expressing their concerns on how this kind of an explosion could perhaps lead to cracks in their glass window panes, also perhaps cause some sort of structural issue to their buildings. Of course, those concerns have been addressed by the engineers who are leading this very project so far, but it remains to be seen how it all pans out. The coming few minutes extremely crucial, and yes, we're just 2.5 minutes away from the loud bang that we're all going to be witnessing in Noida. Now, if we talk about this kind of a project, remember the legal battle of course goes back to more than a decade ago, but as far as the residents in the nearby areas go, they have been extremely satisfied by the Supreme Court's direction. Infill also has come in from the Noida authorities. The technicians earlier on cut off the electricity and gas connection as well of nearby societies, so all measures are in place. A waterfall implosion indeed, as is being called, 3,700 kgs explosives packed into this tower, and of course the engineers have expressed that this has been done in such a way that the explosion, the impact is felt in the imprint and the neighborhood buildings are left untouched. That's of course the aim, and given the expertise, the kind of engineers who are really behind this project, a combine of jet demolition and edifice engineering who are solely responsible for carrying out this demolition, are extremely confident and have spoken of their past experience to send out those kind of reassurances to people living in the adjacent towers. So yes, Twin Towers demolition, evacuation stands completed, just seconds to go in fact, and we will hear that loud bang, post which we will see the Twin Towers come down like a pack of cards. Now, of course, additional deployment of police forces is also being seen on ground. We're seeing how ambulances are on standby, a green corridor that is in place to make sure that if any sort of ambulances or emergency services need a safe passage, that's going to be provided to them as well. So edifice engineering and jet demolitions team currently, after having checked all the connections and after deploying the black boxes with instruments to collect the data, are all ready now to push the trigger. We're going to expect that explosion in just seconds from now, and we keep up with those visuals, two visuals on your screens, viewers, giving you a clear view of the explosion that is to take place any second now. Now, what you do see, the left tower is the apex tower, 32 floors. The right one, of course, CN tower, which is 29 floors, and seconds to go. So we're really eyeing out for that big moment wherein these towers of corruption will come down, will come crashing down, and will turn into nothing but dust. a green signal that has already been sent out. So any second now we're expecting the big impact on ground zero. The Supertech Twin Towers will be reduced to rubble in no time.
गूंजती हुई इस वक्त दिखाई दे रही है और प्रशासन की गाड़ियां भी जो हम यहां दूर से देख पा रहे हैं आगे बढ़ती हुई दिखाई दे रही हैं। हालांकि अब सभी की निगाहें सिर्फ इस बात पर, और मुझे लगता है कि बहुत से हाथ ऐसे होंगे जो दुआ में इस वक्त इसलिए उठ रहे होंगे कि कम से कम ये काम ठीक तरह से हो जाए और ऐसी कोई दिक्कत या कोई अनहोनी उसके बाद सामने ना आए जिसको ये देखिए जैसे ही वहां पर धमाका हुआ है उसके बाद यहां पर एक जबरदस्त
this side.
जबरदस्त धमाका आपने देखा अभी और चंद सेकंड के अंदर ये दोनों ट्विन टावर धराशायी और इस धूल का गुबार आप देखिए 100-150 मीटर ऊपर
कोऑर्डिनेशन में
What you do see is the biggest task of this year perhaps that has now successfully been achieved by the engineers behind this mega demolition, jet demolition and edifice engineering. The twin towers have been reduced to nothing, and what you see on your visuals are clouds of dust all over the area. So all around that vicinity, that's all that you can see, and we heard that loud bang. Those visuals speaking for the impact itself, viewers, how corruption has been reduced to nothing if we talk about this very project, and extremely powerful visuals, because remember, jet demolition and edifice engineering since day one, since they were handed over this project, have been extremely confident of carrying it out successfully. And you see how meters away stood several other towers of both ATS Village Society as well as Emerald Court, and all of whom remain untouched. We'll of course have to go across to our reporters to understand in more detail on the kind of impact on ground that was felt, but so far so looks like this was a big success, coming in the way of all those living in the nearby areas, of all those who were fighting this legal battle for years altogether, and that demolition that stands successful at the moment by edifice engineering. And we're talking about good 3,700 kg explosives behind this big demolition. So that's really what's gone into raising the twin towers. More than 5,000 people, remember, already have been evacuated earlier this morning. We saw how several help groups, NGOs were also rushing in to help these stray animals, these stray dogs in the vicinity. in minutes from now, we're also expecting the vehicular movement back on the Greater Noida Expressway. Yet to pick up a confirmation on that, but several measures in place at the moment. We're yet to see the water tankers, sprinklers, smoke guns being used. Perhaps once the visuals are more clear, we'll be able to make out the ground situation and what really is the impact now. But yes, you do see the left side of your screens explaining how there is a bit of clarity that is now beginning to come in, and certain adjoining towers that you can see now. But the Supertech twin towers have been reduced to nothing. No sign of something that every passerby, when was traveling via the Greater Noida Expressway, would often notice has been reduced to absolute nothing, has been reduced to dust. It's going to be a mammoth task, of course, in days to come, because getting away with this debris is also going to be a huge task, and it's going to take, if not days, months to begin with, and that's the anticipation really at this point in time. I believe a 3-month deadline has already been set by the court. So the next big focus, Pratibha, who witnessed this action in person, is joining us on the broadcast. Pratibha, safe to say that this was successful?
Absolutely, Kritsween. We just saw the entire moment and it looks like it went on in precision. The big moment is done. In exactly 9 seconds, we saw the entire structure come down, and as it played out in the visuals, there was a complete cloud of smoke and dust around. You can see on the visuals as well, there are people all around. They were waiting to see that explosion, so there were a lot of people as well, but at a safe distance. Now we can see the dust clearing a little by little. There was a bit of a vibration as well that was felt. Karishma is also with me. Karishma, that one moment, and it was such a hair-raising moment as we saw the blast actually take place within seconds, like a pack of cards, the entire structure coming down.
Well, yes, absolutely, and we are at a safe distance from where this has happened, but we could also still feel the vibrations when the blast was happening. There was a loud sound, and everyone was just stunned in silence to see what exactly happened. And like a pack of cards, we are saying that exactly what happened in just 9 seconds. The entire 32 and 29 floors were razed to the ground, and now we are seeing in the visuals there is a mushroom cloud of dust. The nearby buildings that had been secured, slowly the smoke is settling down. We are also getting visuals of the debris that is there, 55,000 tons of debris that is obviously going to be there, and which is going to be one of the biggest tasks for the Noida authorities to get this cleaned up. But Pratibha, we have to say this is one of the most unprecedented orders by the Supreme Court, and to see something like this executed to the plan is really momentous for those who fought this battle in the court for almost a decade.
That's right, and it's been a successful mission as well, because a lot of preparations have gone into it as well. We can see on the visuals tons of debris that you're seeing on the screens right there just moments ago. Just before 2:30 we showed you visuals of the twin towers that were there, 850 flats that were existing, and you can see, just as the officials assured us, as it's reduced to rubble, the buildings around seem untouched. Of course, the officials will also be visiting the spot in 1 hour from now. They will be visiting the houses in and around to see the kind of damage that has occurred. But going by what we can see from here, it looks like minimal damage. The geoplaster that had been put in place on the buildings, as of now, we can see a few places there it's torn, but other than that, the buildings remain absolutely intact. We're not seeing, any changes from here as such. Of course, a closer inspection would be needed to see what kind of an impact it has had. But from here, like we mentioned, we can see a ton of debris there at the spot. There was complete dust around, and it was something very unlike anything that has been witnessed in the entire country. It's a demolition of this scale of controlled explosion that's being witnessed for the very first time in the country, and despite the fact that we were aware of how it's going to take place, despite the fact that every single detail of how the explosion is going to happen was made available, people knew how it's going to happen, but we saw people around the area, people have been waiting on the roads to see how it's happening. While we were seeing here as well, even though we are at a safe distance, we could feel a loud thud that lasted for a few seconds, and we saw suddenly the two towers disappeared with just dust a huge cloud of dust that was seen around for several moments. In fact, it took a good, a minute or so for the dust to completely settle, even now in the air. In fact, this was one of the biggest concerns that had been raised as well on the environmental impact that it will have. Even now we can see in the air the kind of dust that will, of course, take a long time to settle. A massive pile of debris that we're seeing on the screens there, and this is going to take a long time to clear. Talking about that exact moment, while we were here on top of one of the buildings that is close to where the explosion took place, we not just felt a vibration but also a huge thud as it happened in the 9 seconds, and the sound also lasted for some time. Karishma, the kind of impact that it had, like we've been mentioning, we knew exactly how the explosion will happen. Moment to moment, experts have been telling us how it will play out, but despite that, it took people by surprise.
Well, yes, absolutely. It took us by surprise because we have been talking about the waterfall implosion technique. We knew the kind of explosives that have been used, 3,700 kgs of explosives that are being used to bring down these two towers. But yes, the vibration that we felt, and it is an unprecedented moment that we just saw the two towers being raised to the ground, and now we can see the smoke is slowly settling, and there is a lot of debris which obviously the Noida authority will deal with in the weeks to come, in the months to come. It is about 55,000 tons of debris that they're going to deal with. But yes, we have seen an unprecedented moment, and there are lots and lots of people in and around this area who were very, very curious to see how this explosion is going to take place, what exactly is going to happen, what sort of an impact it's going to have, because in India's recent memory, this is the first time that something like this is happening. 29 floors and 32 floors, two towers brought down in just 9 seconds, Pratibha.
Absolutely, and
because it went for around 3 minutes, starting from 2:27, because 2:30 is the timing. Watching it on the viewers of Times Up, we are going to get this mark because this smoke is already coming everywhere. It covered the building. It has been an explosion which people have been waiting for around 200 to 300 meters. We can see that explosion has certainly covered this particular area. This area was a no man's area. There was nothing which was left here. No sign of life was also made sure by the officials, and this building has brought its totally smoke, which have totally dust of the concrete particle as well as the particles of the concrete material and the iron which have been dusted. Finally, we cannot see that whether the adjacent towers have also been affected or not, but what we can see exactly that certainly the demolition appeared to be very straight. Till the last few nanoseconds I could observe this demolition was certainly a successful one as far as what we can see from the initial time. This area is totally covered with smoke. We have been instructed by the Noida authority officials that everyone who is in and around this area need to wear masks. What I can see, the adjacent building is safe. The ATS tower is safe, which is clearly visible through open eye. We cannot see any kind of damage which has been caused to the ATS tower. We are still waiting to see that whether the Emerald Tower is also affected or not, but that is certainly not visible. So finally, this demolition drive has been carried out in Noida, which was the biggest event of this century, because this is the first time this event has been carried out in such a manner. Reporting from Council, I'm Priyanka Bhati with my media journalist Mohan Singh for the Times Network.
And that's exactly what everyone was hoping for, a smooth demolition that be carried out of these twin towers. Pratibha, what is it that you're witnessing currently? The next couple of minutes are also going to be a task for everyone to clear out the debris to begin with, to inspect the very site.
Absolutely, Krithween, and the kind of efforts that have gone on for the last several months and weeks to ensure that everything goes on smoothly. Now as well a big task at hand. One, of course, to ensure that the debris is completely cleared out, and of course the officials will also be reaching the spot to assess the kind of damage that has been caused. Remember, they've been saying that the adjacent buildings are not going to be affected. Any damages that are caused, minimal damage like say glass splinters are expected, glass shattering, that's expected. The official said that that's going to be accounted for, but that is going to be covered completely by edifice engineering. But they are going to be at the spot in 1 hour from now to assess the kind of damage that has taken place, to assess if everything went on as expected. What we're seeing on our screens right now is a complete rubble. It has been reduced to rubble, the entire building, the massive structure that stood there. As the residents we've been speaking to through the day have been saying that this was the monstrosity that they have had to live with for several years. Now finally they see it being razed down. But the challenge ahead also continues. The debris has to be cleared, and it is going to take about 3 months to clear. It's tons of debris that's there, construction debris that we're witnessing on our screens. So it's going to take a long time for that to be cleared. Apart from that, the residents will be returning. For now, remember, the electricity is still switched off for the residences around this area. It's going to be switched on in just a short while from now. Now that the explosion is complete, traffic movement is also going to be allowed. We're seeing a lot of traffic from here as well. A lot of vehicles that have been blocked completely. Diversions have been put in place. Perhaps a lot of people also waiting to look at the explosion. There were a lot of people waiting here on the roads to take a look at the explosion take place. So there was a lot of traffic that's clearing out. But talking about the long-term plan ahead, yes, for the officials, ensuring that the debris is completely cleared, and of course for the residents in and around, after a long battle, finally they have the Twin Towers raised and completely...
Alright, let me go across to Mr. Avnish Awasthi joining us on the phone line. Mr. Awasthi, what can you tell us? Looks like a smooth operation, and really a sigh of relief with that for everyone who has their houses in those towers adjacent to the Twin Towers that have completely been reduced to dust. What are the big challenges that lie ahead? And before that, if you could just tell us about the impact, if there was any impact whatsoever on the adjacent buildings. What is it that you've been able to pick up, sir?
Well, I had a discussion with the officers on the ground, the CEO, the CP as well as the DM. Everything has gone as per schedule. The immediate impact will be settlement of the dust, removal of the rubble. Long-term impact, it's too soon to give us give a reply right now. But I think that you have all seen it very visually that everything went as per schedule, and I'm sure this message that anything which is illegal will not stand the test of time has been proved.
Absolutely, sir. The biggest message has been sent out to the corrupt lobby behind this big corruption project. But as far as the next few days go, Mr. Awasthi, now that the Home Department is monitoring the situation very carefully, we heard the Chief Minister there as well. How challenging is it going to be? Because there are people who want to come back to their houses, some of whom have been evacuated on a temporary basis. What is it that the officials plan to do?
Well, we don't expect much of a challenge in the long run, but then the short run, obviously, everyone has to be careful. You wait for a while, by evening things will be very clear. Sprinklers have been put in place, fire brigades have been put in place. The police has used the fire tenders to ensure that a lot of water is sprinkled to bring down the dust. The rubble obviously will take some time, but I'm sure the things will come out, and every aspect of security will be ensured.
Alright, Mr. Awasthi, so far it all looks good, and to get into details, of course, we'll be focusing on what the ground reports suggest in the coming few minutes, but what's the feedback that you've received? Has the operation gone as per plan?
The operation, as you can see, we've gone as per plan. It's too soon to give an immediate reply, but the local officers at the ground are all on the job. The agency which was given the charge of demolition has done it well. I'm pretty sure everything will work out as planned. And wait for a while and everything will come out properly. And obviously right now, unless the green signal is given by the local authorities, people should wait and should not come out in the open, so that the environment time is given to clear the air around, literally.
And before I let you go, Mr. Avasti, one last question. The biggest challenge is that one has had to face with regards to the preparations. Talk about traffic, talk about emergency services, the evacuation. How was the journey for everyone involved in this big operation?
Well, at the government level, the Honorable Chief Minister himself personally monitored this. The Industry Department, which was given this charge, the Home Department, all and everyone in the government were very closely monitoring this. The officers on the ground were given specific instructions. The best of the agencies were put in place, so I think everything has gone as per schedule, and the rule of law has been maintained on the ground. The Honorable Supreme Court's orders have been implemented, so things will go well. This message is big and clear that, well, in UP, the rule of law will be supreme. Thank you.
Absolutely, and where there's will, there's way. Thank you so much, Mr. Avinash Avasti. That's the Additional Chief Secretary, Home Department, Uttar Pradesh government, sharing his perspective and the feedback, the first feedback that he's received from the officials on ground as far as the current operation goes, and what the process was like, what kind of challenges were essentially faced by everyone involved in this big operation, the mega demolition that we just saw go underway, and how the Twin Towers stood to nothing in just seconds. 9 seconds is all it took for the engineers to bring down the 32-story tall Twin Towers. Let me go across to Pratibha on that note. Pratibha, what are you picking up?
That's right, Kritsween. As we, speak about the moment as it happened, the visuals that you're seeing on your screens, that's how the explosion took place, just as it was planned, with absolute precision at the exact time that was mentioned at 2:30 p.m. as, the clock struck 2:30. That's exactly when the building came crashing down, and just as it was expected, it all took just 9 seconds. Within 9 seconds, the entire two buildings, the Twin Towers, came crashing down, flattened completely into rubble, and now all we see there is a pile of debris, construction debris that we're seeing on the screen. So it took just 9 seconds. Safe to say that it was absolutely successful, just as the officials had been planning. It took months of preparations and it seemed all worth it. A lot of coordination from different agencies, and it all went according to plan. Shortly we'll also be connecting to our reporters Priyank, Aishwarya as well as Sabya Sachi, who are joining us with the latest details on what's happening on that side. But the visuals as we see on our screens are exactly how the moment unfolded. Just as expected, just as the officials had said, it went according to plan. At 2:30 p.m. the building crumbled and the entire structure became just rubble in exactly 9 seconds. Immediately after that, as the building crumbled, for a few seconds all you could see was a cloud of dust. In fact, the entire area, the buildings around as well, had been covered completely in dust. So for a few moments there, for the residents there as well, I'm sure these were the anxious moments they were worried about. Remember, there are several close buildings, as you're seeing on the screens, buildings that are extremely in close proximity to the Twin Towers, which is why the residents were scared. So for a few seconds, the cloud of dust had engulfed the entire area, not just the Twin Towers, but the buildings completely around. So that was the time when there was a worry, that moment, and that questioning of whether the other houses, the other apartments are also going to be affected by this massive explosion. But in just about a minute or so, the entire dust settled. Now as well, as we can see on our screens, there is a bit of a dust in the air, but talking about that moment, the dust cleared out in just about a minute, and from here it looks like the buildings are fine. From the offset, it doesn't look like there has been a big impact of the explosion. As you can see, the geoplasters that had been put on the buildings, a bit of a wear and tear there, but other than that, it doesn't look like the buildings have had any impact at all. The officials have said that some of the glasses in these apartments can shatter, but there will not be any other big changes. A few cosmetic damages that can happen to the coloring of the building, but other than that, nothing else at all. But the officials will be assessing the damage that has happened in a short while from now. In fact, at about 4 o'clock is when the officials are expected to visit the site. They're going to be visiting there to just ensure that everything has gone according to plan. This kind of last-minute inspection,
Stay on with
remember,
us,
has been going
Pratibha.
on.
We have Uday Ban, President Emerald Court, joining us on the phone line. Sir, what can you tell us about the ground situation? Who better than you can give us an update on what is it that we saw around the Twin Tower collapse? What about the adjacent towers?
You see, the plan has gone as planned by the edifice. You must be knowing actually it took exactly 9 seconds. Moreover, the cloud burst also settled down between 15 minutes to 20 minutes. And now everything is absolutely, the site is clear. We can see the complete buildings and even the sheets, geo sheets which they have done. Now CBRI is team going on the ground to see whether there is any impact either side in our nearby building or otherwise. After taking the inspection, I will get the report after 15 minutes. And then our service teams for cleaning and other services like electricity and other things, IGL, etc., they will go in. The residents will be asked to, whosoever wants to come, can come only after 6 o'clock. And well, it is a happy moment as well as a painful moment. The happy moment is that we have won after fighting the 10 years, and also the society in general will get relief. But painful is that it is a national loss of many 100 crores. And
Yes.
पीछे हो जाओ सर, आप तो हट जाओ, आप तो हट जाओ, आप नीचे करो यार थोड़ा सा। हाँ डाल दिया मैं, तुम दोनों का ही लिख रही हूँ ना।
All right, so trying to pick up more reactions of officials from the Noida authority, and that was Uday Ban Teotia, who's the president of the Emerald Court Society. Not too sure if he's still through, but yes, we'll try and pick up more such reactions to really get you.
लार्जली जो पूरी एक्सरसाइज है एज पर प्लान्स थी और उसका एग्जीक्यूशन बिल्कुल एज पर प्लान हुआ है। बाकी अभी एक्सपर्ट टीम्स जो है वो मौके पे हैं, वो असेसमेंट कर रहे हैं। हम लोग भी अब उधर ही जा रहे हैं। उनका असेसमेंट के बाद जो है आपको फिर अपडेट देंगे।
क्या डेब्रिस सर अंदर तक घुसी है क्या? जो
ये एक्सपर्ट जो मौके पर हैं वही बता पाएंगे। अभी यहाँ से जो अभी तक पता चला है कि लार्जली इट इज एज पर द प्लान्स।
ये सक्सेसफुल हो गया क्या? आगे भी ऐसे ही डिमोलाइज किया जाएगा? कोई दृष्ट भूमाफिया होंगे या ऐसे कार्रवाई होगी?
दिस इज अ हाइपोथेटिकल क्वेश्चन।
अच्छा सर, जो सोसाइटी के लोग हैं वो कब तक आके रह पाएंगे?
नोएडा तो सी एक मिनट सीईओ साहब कुछ बोलना चाह रहे हैं।
ब्लास्ट लार्जली सक्सेसफुल है। बाकी एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग और जेट डिमोलिशन सीपीआरआई की टीम इस वक्त मौके पे है, तो कोई लेफ्ट ओवर एक्सप्लोजिव ना हो इसको चेक कर रहे हैं। जो डिमोलिशन वेस्ट था वो सारा लार्जली साइट के अंदर ही है। थोड़ा सा मलबा रोड पे और एटीएस की वॉल की तरफ गया है। बाकी जो लार्जर डिटेल्स हैं साइट पे चेक हो रहे हैं। डस्ट क्लाउड जैसा हम सभी लोगों ने देखा इमीडिएटली डिसिपिएट हो गया था। हमारी सारी मशीनरी, स्मॉग गन, स्वीपिंग मशीन, वाटर टैंकर साइट पे ऑपरेशनल हो गई हैं। विद इन हाफ एन आवर जो अंदर का जोन है जो बैरिकेड किया गया था, जैसे ही अंदर से क्लियरेंस आएगी अंदर की साइट में भी क्लिनजिंग का काम शुरू हो जाएगा। तो लार्जली ऑल इज ओके। बाकी जो डिटेल्स है दे विल बी क्लियर मोर आफ्टर 1.5 जो लोग रह रहे हैं उनको देखिए, इसके बाद एक तो क्लीनिंग कराई जाएगी, दूसरा जो गैस की सप्लाई है वो रिस्टोर कराई जाएगी, इलेक्ट्रिसिटी कनेक्शन रिस्टोर कराया जाएगा। 6:30 के बाद जो दोनों बिल्डिंग्स हैं उनके रेजिडेंट्स को अंदर आने की परमिशन, दैट हैज ऑलरेडी बीन कम्युनिकेटेड।
Okay, all right. So those are the reactions coming in. Remember, we've been getting you the latest details from here, and as the officials have been saying, it looks like everything has gone on smoothly. What we're seeing on our screens as well, it looks like everything has gone according to plan. But there will be a need for an assessment to go to the spot and find out the kind of damages that have taken place, if at all. So the officials will be visiting the spot at about 4:15 p.m. is when they are expected to go to the spot and assess the damage. Talking about the exact moment, in fact, Priyank is also joining us live. Priyank was extremely close to the location as well. Priyank, it went on exactly as had been revealed by the officials. The entire tower is reduced to rubble in exactly 9 seconds.
And largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are
What are the
there.
three aspects that you're going to be checking, sir? I'm asking you very short answer. Three aspects that you're going to be
See, one is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smoke in the area so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you. Chaliye, Mishra ji. Sorry, I'm sorry.
Okay, all right. So those are some of the reactions coming in. We'll continue getting you those reactions. Officials need to confirm that everything went on smoothly. The initial reaction.
के हटा है 1 घंटे के अंदर स्थिति बेहतर पता लगेगी.
ये तो गया लेकिन नहीं.
Okay, all right. So those are the reactions coming in. Remember, the officials have been saying that there needs to be a closer assessment of what exactly happened and if everything went according to plan. But for now, the preliminary stage, it looks like everything went exactly as it was planned. Let me go across to Priyank as well. Priyank, the moment as it unfolded, the entire structure falling and being crushed completely in just 9 seconds as was planned.
मनीष वो तो इधर है.
All right, we'll go to Priyank in just a few moments from now. But like we've been mentioning, the exact moment as the explosion took place, the Twin Towers were there. We've been reporting live from the spot, and the Twin Towers were there for the last several years. In fact, it's been an iconic structure. Anyone taking the expressway, it's an unmissable structure. It's one of the tallest buildings in Noida, brought down, completely reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. To talk about the exact moment of the explosion, the building was there at exactly 2:30 as was planned. A button was pressed, the explosives had been put in place already, and the entire structure just crumbled. There was a cloud of dust that engulfed all the buildings around. Remember, these towers were in a residential area. Very, very close proximity to it, several other residential apartments, as you're seeing on the screens there. These apartments have been very, very close to it. It's one of the reasons why the Twin Towers were brought down. So these structures, the entire area had been engulfed in a cloud of dust. And as the explosion happened, there was a loud thud that lasted for a few seconds as well. In fact, Priyank gets us a report on the moment when it happened. Let's take a look.
The sound of the siren has just stopped because it went for around 3 minutes, starting from 2:27, because 2:30 is the timing. And as you can see, this building is falling. It's an epical visual which you are watching it on the viewers of Times Now. We are going to wear this mask because the smoke is going to be coming everywhere. The dust has suddenly covered this building. It has been an explosion which people have been waiting for around 200 to 300 meters. We can see that explosion has totally covered this particular area. This area was a no man's area. There was nothing which was left here. No sign of life was also made sure by the officials, and this building has brought, it's totally smoke which has totally dust of the concrete particle as well as the particles.
We have the man Chetan Datta, the man who pressed the button, the man who ensured the explosion took place, the blaster, joining us over the phone line. Mr. Chetan Datta, describe that moment to us. Very, very big, momentous moment.
Yeah, ma'am, this is a very big moment. I'm so happy. We are so happy, and the button pressed after just 5 seconds, and over 9 seconds the building collapsed down, and 5 of us, 3 of my foreign experts, Mehul Mehta and me, they were crying, they were literally crying, still I am.
The CBRH team is coming here only.
You know,
Hello.
tell us how the moment was, and you know, a little bit of background of that. Where were you at exactly 2:30 when you pressed the button? Because we were also waiting here. We saw the entire structure crumble. Was there any last moment change, any last moment challenges?
No,
Take us through, you know, what exactly happened in that moment, any talk that was happening in the control room at the time?
Yeah, nothing was changed, ma'am. Mr. Ian and Mr. Kevin and Martinez hit blow the siren and give me the indication to push the button. That Uncle Joe was with me, and he revolved the exploder, and that successful moment came in my life. I'm so happy. Sorry, I can't speak now.
Okay. Okay, were you in a very close proximity to the building? Could you also hear the thud as you press that button?
Ma'am, I was using earbuds, but even though I heard a lot of noise, and I was sitting just on that exploder to push the button, and when I stand up, I see only the dust everywhere. And just within 1 or 2 minutes, 5 of us rushed towards the building to check, because we are very curious to see what happens. And we don't wait for the dust to settle down. We just use the mask and just run towards the building, and just we want to see. And we are very much worried about the Super Court, Emerald Court. It was totally safe, and I can't explain the moment, but I'm so happy.
Okay, yeah, of course, you know, everything seems to have gone according to plan, so a big congratulations to you and your entire team as well. But I just want to ask you, for the viewers, you know, who are joining us, what is the reason why you were selected? Remember, we had also spoken to you before about the same. You know, what is it that made you the man who clicked that button that brought down these towers?
Madam, I already told this is Indian law. It doesn't permit any foreigners to push the button, and above all, the blessings of my Kanhaiya ji and Almighty God. There are hundreds and thousands of blasters in India, but I'm very much thankful to Mayur Mehta and Utkarsh Mehta and Jigar Mehta that they give me the chance to push that button.
Okay. So I just want to ask you, everything went according to plan. I spoke about the kind of talk that was going on in the control room just before you pressed that button. In the build-up to it as well, what were the kind of discussions that went on? Because there was a bit of a worry if there is any, you know, weather change, is that going to be having any impact? You know, last-minute checks that were being conducted until, in fact, the very last moment as well, checks were being conducted to ensure that everything goes on smoothly.
Madam, everything was checked before 30 minutes. And after that, everybody was quiet. No one was talking to each other, nothing to be discussed. We were just staring at each other and waiting for the time to come. And the time comes when Kevin starts the countdown: 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 2, 1, and that successful moment. I can't explain. I'm so happy.
Okay.
Yes, right.
Okay, so you had a countdown that was, you know, building up to it, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and then it came down to that moment when you pressed that button. What about immediately after that? Because you knew that, you know, once you press that button, you knew the kind of impact that is going to have. 2 massive towers are going to be raised completely.
Yeah, ma'am.
So immediately after you press that button, what next? You know, did you want to ensure that, yes, everything went according to plan? How was that check and balance done?
Yes, madam, I have told you, I was just sitting down and nothing was, building was totally covered because the tractor trolley was standing in front of me. Me and Uncle Joe was sitting there. He revolved the exploder and generated the current and asked me to push the button. When I push the button, I stand up. I see just only dust everywhere. I listen to the noise, and when I stand up and saw the path towards the building, it was nothing there, only dust and dust and dust. And just to ensure that everything goes according to plan, we don't wait to dust to settle down.
Okay. Okay. All right. Mr. Chetan Datta, you're. Yes. So the mission went on according to plan. You know, you're the man of the moment. Thank you so much for joining us Chetan Datta, the man who clicked the button that brought down the entire towers, the corruption towers, which is why there is a lot of happiness, a lot of relief after the towers were brought down, because for several years the residents around this building had been suffering because of the massive structure that it was. It was also a safety hazard because of the proximity to the other buildings, and that's the reason why this was also a massive challenge, because there were so many buildings that were so close to it. We have experts joining us today on the broadcast as well. Professor
around so that
yes, we are just looking around so that because this is an exclusion zone, no one is supposed to be here, and I would also request you to please move out of the zone because edifice has advised us not to let anyone inside.
By what time the residents will be allowed?
We are still speculating. We are estimating what the time is.
Sir, ये जो blast है वो बिल्कुल copy book का. So there you see Abhishek Verma, the DCP of this zone, was telling us regarding the status of update.
Okay, all right. So that was the word from the DCP. Now traffic also being cleared. Remember, a lot of vehicular movement from the area had also been halted completely. We have guests joining us on the broadcast. Dr. Anil Gupta, Head of Environment and Climatic Disaster Management; Vipul Ahuja, Structural Engineer and Director, Ahuja Consultants; Rajiv Nehru, Market Lead Asia Pacific; and also Manish Kumar, Senior VP of NEFOWA. Let me first go across to Dr. Anil Gupta. Dr. Anil Gupta, talking about the impact that this is going to happen, that it is going to have. Remember, immediately after that we saw a cloud of dust. In fact, even now we can see a bit of a dust in the air. How long is it going to take to settle? What is the impact it can have?
See, it's a very important point you have raised, but the weather is little favorable. Because we have moisture, good enough moisture in the air, and that will help lead to the increasing the weight of the particles, and that will accelerate the settling down. But yes, it will take some time. The finer particles may remain in the air for a little longer time, maybe a few days, but the heavier particles will settle in maybe in a few hours. So that is about their quality, that will not be a very serious concern. But as I was listening to the updates, I think it requires a systemic, the need of a systemic assessment. Assessment also whether it had any kind of impact on the subsoil strata. So the stability of the ground or the subsoil ground, that's very important for future, and also for the subsoil profile of the nearby buildings, because broadly it looks everything safe, but there are smaller but critical issues that should not be avoided. One, I spoke about the subsoil strata, the stability of that. Second thing is various appliances being put at various households in the nearby buildings. So whether any kind of shocks have affected the electric fittings or the electric appliances, so people should be little careful about restarting those appliances or when the electricity is resumed. So the risk of fire, short circuits, these kind of things should be taken care of. Even the gas connections also, before restoring the gas connections, it would be better if people look at it. So these are smaller but very important aspects. And then whether the nearby buildings generated any kind of cracks also. Yeah. Over to you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Vipul Ahuja, would you say that, there was a lot of precision planning that went into the destruction of the building, or to bring that down, raise it completely? But now as well there's a big challenge because the debris has to be cleared to assess the kind of damage. Tell us what next.
Well, I think thorough audit of the surrounding buildings is warranted. Like the Indian speaker was saying, that the effect on the subsoil is very important, because the soil is continuous and common between the place where the debris fell, from an average height of probably 50 meters, I'm saying, some 100, some 0, to an average of 50 meters, 80,000 tons falling in one big slump. and that causes a very huge impact on the soil, and the vibrations cause almost a Richter magnitude 3 earthquake. But this is, we have to remember that this is in a very close proximity to the building and not a very distant earthquake that we talk about. So I think that thorough audit, which will involve, the non-destructive testing type of procedures to see whether critical elements are safe or not. There are any cracks noticed or anything, some visual assessments will be some technical other non-destructive techniques are there with instruments, whether those have, are there, whether cracks are micro cracks and what kind of damage has done. I'm hoping or presuming that some instrumentation actually should have or would have been done in the very adjacent buildings. There are, if not for the future, we should also consider this, that the adjoining buildings, we can actually put in some sensoring devices and then sort of recreate that impact on a computer model, and then check whether what kind of damage is expected on those buildings. So this kind of and as maybe some more demolitions happen, if already not, this should be something that should be done in the future of instrumenting some of the existing surrounding immediate buildings, and then our assessment becomes more accurate and complete. So I think that's an important learning also from here. Though this apparently this demolition went as planned, I'm sure that apparently there is no damage, no surrounding buildings have fallen. From this distance it's very difficult to say, but visually only we can say nothing is fallen, but the cracks and all, whether they've made it weaker for future earthquakes, that is what is the next challenge from our point of view, from the structural consulting community point of view. So,
okay, all right. Do stay on with us. Let's also play that report. My colleague Priyank getting us the details of that moment of that explosion.
The sound of the siren has just stopped because it went for around 3 minutes, starting from 2:27, because 2:30 is the timing which has been, and as you can see, this building is falling. It's an epical visual which you are watching it on the viewers of Times Now. We are going to wear this mask because the smoke is going to be coming everywhere. The dust has suddenly covered this building. It has been an explosion which people have been waiting for around 200 to 300 meters. We can see that explosion has totally covered this particular area. This area was a no man's area. There was nothing which was left here. No sign of life was also made it sure by the officials, and this building has got its totally smoke, which has totally dust of the concrete particle as well as the particles of the concrete material and the iron which have been blasted. Finally, we cannot see that whether the adjacent towers have also been affected or not, but what we can see exactly that certainly the demolition appeared to be very straight. Till the last few nanoseconds I could observe this demolition was certainly a successful one as far as what we can see from the initial time. This area is totally covered with smoke. We have been instructed by the Noida authority officials that everyone who is in and around this area need to wear masks. What I can see, the adjacent building is safe. The ATS tower is safe, which is clearly visible through open eye. We cannot see any kind of damage which has been caused to the ATS tower. We are still waiting to see that whether the Emerald Tower is also affected or not, but that is certainly not visible. So finally, this demolition drive has been carried out in Noida, which was the biggest event of this century, because this is the first time this event has been carried out in such a manner.
All right, so that was the moment as it unfolded, the entire structure being raised within exactly 9 seconds as planned, the entire building reduced to just a pile of rubble. Mr. Rajiv Nehru, you know, we're talking about what next, as we spoke about the preparations that went into ensuring that everything went according to plan. It's also now going to be a task to ensure that we decide on what next, and that's also carried out with precision.
The sequence of events, one initial next is to reduce the dust as much as possible. Second is to slowly make way for debris to come out along with the traffic movement in that area. And the third next would be where do we put this debris? So much 55,000 tons of debris has to be put in a place where probably it has to be reused or somewhere recycled in a positive manner. And fourth important, which has to be done initially as a parallel, would be to check the damage to the geoplasters, to the foundations of nearby buildings. In fact, a lot of NDT, as others also said, non-destructive testing has to take place to check whether the buildings have suffered some minor cracks or some sort of aberration or some sort of soil depletion, or we can, in our language, we call it settlement. So we have to check. In fact, the checks have to be visual as well as non-destructive, and also we have to go for advanced methods like maybe X-ray diffraction to check the structural damage, if any. And of course, the other element is wherever the debris has gone beyond the boundary of the building. If you see the demolition, how it happened, the first building actually was pulled down a little earlier, and it pulled down the second building in the direction of the open area. So it was a very brilliantly planned sequence of demolition in a way that the first pulled the second in the direction it should have, and that helped actually now to make sure that the debris is in a very cordon of area where it can be easily pulled out. Of course, 2-3 months will take. It will take 2-3 months to do that. But now, and the fifth part is to clear the whole thing. Maybe some part is not demolished by the blasting. Some part will have to be demolished manually using some equipment and machinery on site and coming down to a level of the foundation. So these are the next steps I think need to be done now.
Okay. All right. Do stay on with us. Let's also quickly get in a word from Priyank, who's joining us. Priyank, you were there very, very close to the site. The twin towers crumbled like a pack of cards, like we've been mentioning, and everything went according to plan. In just 9 seconds, the entire buildings were raised.
Yes, Pratibha, and we are the first channel which has reached to this spot very barely 100 meters away from this location, which used to be a location known as the Twin Tower location, because till now we have seen that wherever you go, whenever you cross the Noida Greater Noida Expressway, the prominent picture used to be the pictures of Twin Towers. Now we are at the location soon after the blast. We were showing you the video from the other side. Right now you can see that water sprinklers are being used with thousands of gallons of water, which is also being refilled time and again. We spoke to the senior officials in ground. They are saying that there is no untoward incident which has happened. There is no injury which has been caused to anyone. We are the first channel, Pratibha, which is on the ground here right outside the 80th village, because this is the 80th village and the boundaries are certainly not totally looking affected. Although the expert team will be going inside and they are observing that whether there has been any kind of damage to the property which has happened to this Emerald Courtyard as well as the 80th village. These are the two prime properties which were right next to the Twin Towers. But the dramatic turn of event was certainly up to the plan. We know that there was a foolproof plan which was done by the official, but on the ground, we are reporting from the ground below where you cannot see any debris on the street, which clearly means that none of the debris fell on the roadside. There was a speculation that the debris would fall on the roadside, which did not happen. In fact, everything was only gulped down in that particular area, which was supposed to be the boundary wall of the Twin Towers. Mohan, although right now water sprinklers are being used, so the dust particle which is there, very thin layer of the dust particle which is there on the ground is coming out. So the visually it would not be that much looking so clear, but what I can tell you from my eyes, I can see that not even one brick of this particular building which was known as Twin Towers of Supertech, which was into controversy, which was in the center of attraction and all the eye of the storm, did not one even brick has fallen on the ground. So that is the breaking input which we are showing to our viewers, that none of the brick of this tower could be seen on the ground. The building structure material has totally been gulped inside the same area which was the premises of Supertech Twin Tower. So that's the thing. There have been multiple tankers which are being used, gallons of water being used, so that the dust particle which is still in the air can be brought down. Look at the level of preparedness. All these fire extinguishers are going back. The local police deployment is certainly going back. The police officials and the fire tenders, everyone is parading. Very dramatic visual, Pratibha, which we are bringing from the ground. All these vehicles are now going back after the successful control explosion which has happened here. The fire services have been put on standby mode. The fire officials were told to be on the standby, but fortunately nothing unfortunate has happened, and we are the closest person who are on the ground zero, and from this ground you can see that all these vehicles are going back. Nothing untoward has happened. Not even one brick has fallen on the ground. That is the level of achievement. But the main task for the officials right now is to sprinkle water. They are trying their level best, but on the ground, what I can see from my, not even one brick can be seen. Neither the big concrete structures can be seen on the ground. On the road, right outside the Supertech Twin Towers, which has been totally buried inside the premises which was given to it. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Priyank, we'll continue coming back to you. So at the ATS village, remember the residents are going to be returning there as well at 7 p.m. In a short while from now is when the officials will be visiting the spot, the area of the Twin Towers, and right next to it is the ATS Towers. Priyank was reporting from there, and as he mentioned, this is closest to the spot. The officials are going to be reaching there in just a few moments from now, and like we mentioned, the residents can return. The residents of the in and around areas had already been evacuated. They've been taken to safer locations. Now things are returning to normalcy. For a long time, everything had been suspended, including traffic movement, of course, and also electricity that had been switched off in and around the areas. So these are all being normalized now. We are seeing traffic movement as well, easy traffic movement that's taking place. Electricity will be switched on. Metro had also been halted for half an hour. Ambulances that were on standby have not been used, thankfully. So it's all gone according to plan. Now the focus is going to be on what next, what is going to happen next, clearing the debris, assessing the damage, and also of course ensuring. So we can see the water sprinklers there as well. On our screens we're seeing visuals of the water sprinklers. Remember, because of a cloud of dust that had gathered around, that had engulfed the entire buildings, there was a lot of dust, there was a lot of talk of the environmental impact. So the officials had deployed water sprinklers in and around. So that's been deployed. Let's take in some reactions that are coming in immediately after the blast took place, what the officials had to say.
It is as per the plans. The teams were working for this execution of the Honorable Supreme Court's order, and largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are there.
What are the three aspects which you're going to be checking, sir? I'm asking you very short answer. Three aspects which you're going to be
See, one is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smog in the area, so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Mr. Avnish Awasthi joining us on the phone line. Mr. Awasthi, What can you tell us? Looks like a smooth operation and really a sigh of relief with that for everyone who has their houses in those towers adjacent to the now twin towers that have completely been reduced to dust. What are the big challenges that lie ahead? And before that, if you could just tell us about the impact, if there was any impact whatsoever on the adjacent buildings. What is it that you've been able to pick up, sir?
Well, I had a discussion with the officers on the ground, the CEO, the CP as well as the DM. As per schedule, the immediate impact will be settlement of the dust, removal of the rubble. The long-term impact, it's too soon to give us give a reply right now. But I think that you have all seen it very visually that everything went as per schedule, and I'm sure this message that anything which is illegal will not stand the test of time has been proved.
Absolutely, sir. The biggest message has been sent out to the corrupt lobby behind this big corruption project. But as far as the next few days go, Mr. Awasthi, now that the Home Department is monitoring the situation very carefully, we heard the Chief Minister there as well. How challenging is it going to be? Because there are people who want to come back to their houses, some of whom have been evacuated on a temporary basis. What is it that the officials plan to do?
Well, we don't expect much of a challenge in the long run, but then the short run, obviously, everyone has to be careful. You wait for a while, by evening things will be very clear. Sprinklers have been put in place, fire brigades have been put in place, the police has used the fire tenders to ensure that a lot of water is sprinkled to bring down the dust. The rubble obviously will take some time, but I'm sure the things will do. Security will be ensured.
All right, Mr. Awasthi, so far it all looks good, and to get into details, of course, we'll be focusing on what the ground reports suggest in the coming few minutes, but what's the feedback that you've received? Has the operation gone as per plan?
The operation, as you can see, gone as per plan. It's too soon to give an immediate reply, but the local officers at the ground are all on the job. The agency which was given the charge of demolition has done it well. I'm pretty sure everything will work out as planned. And wait for a while and everything will come out properly. And obviously right now, unless the green signal is given by the local authorities, people should wait and should not come out in the open so that the environment time is given to clear the air around, literally.
And before I let you go, Mr. Awasthi, one last question. The biggest challenges that one has had to face with regards to the preparations, talk about traffic, talk about emergency services, the evacuation. How was the journey for everyone involved in this big operation?
Well, at the government level, the Honorable Chief Minister himself personally monitored this. The Industry Department, which was given this charge, the Home Department, all and everyone in the government were very closely monitoring this. The officers on the ground were given specific instructions. The best of the agencies were put in place, so I think everything has gone as per schedule, and the rule of law has been maintained on the ground. The Honorable Supreme Court's orders have been implemented, so things will go well. This message is big and clear that, well, in UP, the rule of law will be supreme.
Yes, certainly, as you can see, our viewers can see it. This is the first visual of the ATS Twin Tower. We used to look towards up, and my video journalist Mohan and me have managed to come to this spot where you can see the debris of the Twin Tower. The main concern of the police authorities was that particular Emerald Tower number 14, which is also not seemed to any kind of affected. Mohan was shifting his focus. There's totally sand, dust here, none of the particles. These are the exclusive visuals which we are bringing for viewers of Times Now. You can see that the debris of Twin Towers, first time in the television, only of Times Now, barely 15 meters away from the spot where this demolition has happened. There's only dust and smoke which can be seen. The ATS Towers, the Emerald Court Tower apology. The emerald coat towers can be seen totally safe. There's nothing which is done. There's total smoke, dust which is filling here. We have seen that how the water is being sprinkled. Mohan, just keep on that side because it can affect the lenses. So I would suggest Mohan to just be on the visuals. These are the exclusive visuals of that 29th floor and 32 floor tower which has been done into dust. Visuals can clearly show that whatever pointers was said by the officials is also true. The debris could be of 2 to 3 floors height. The debris can be seen here. Apart from the debris, nothing can be seen. The demolition was so controlled that not even one brick has fallen on the ground. Neither the bricks have fallen towards the other residential towers. Mohan, if you just pan towards the left hand side, our viewers can see there's no damage, Pratibha, which has happened to either of the tower, either Emerald Courtyard Court or ATS tower. There's total dust and nothing is quite damaged here apart from this illegal construction of the building. So reporting from the ground zero, me, Priyank Tripathi and my video journalist Mohan Singh have managed to bring this exclusive visual for our viewers where you can see only dust can be seen. The debris can be seen here, but no damage to either of the two residential towers. The plastic sheet which was there is also seen. Mohan would just zoom in and show. This is the construction which has fallen towards the right hand side. The stretch of this building can be seen. Mohan, just zoom out so that viewers can understand that every straight line which you are watching on TV used to be one of the floors which has been controlled, demolished. The ATS tower which was on the other side could have been affected, but that is also not seen. So the planning was superb. The planning was such that everything has been brought down here on the ground. Back to you in the studio, Pratibha.
Okay, all right. So Priyank getting us these details. Priyank, coming back to you, we are talking about the impact that it had. Now the focus is going to be on what next. Over the last few weeks, we've been talking about the kind of preparations that have got in place. But now, as the structure has been flattened out completely, the focus is going to be on ensuring that the debris is cleared and also assessing the damage there. What are you picking up on ground there?
See, Pratibha, this is a very well thought, well-proof mechanism which has also been put into place where this debris will be shifted to another location. But look at the dust, Pratibha. Look at the dust. This total, all these trees, everything which is here is totally covered with dust and sand particles. If you look on the ground, there's no brick which can be seen. Everything has been done into dust. This is what we can say. There's nothing which is left in these twin towers. We are once again going back to the visuals where Mohan will show you every floor, every 32 floors of illegal demolition can be seen here where the floors have been totally gutted down. We will attempt to go to the other side in just a short while from now, Pratibha.
Okay, all right. We'll also be going across to our other reporters who are joining us, Priyank, but to talk about that exact moment once again, because it was such an unprecedented moment. Like we've been discussing, it went on with such precision. So just to talk about that moment once again, the explosion as it took place, because for our viewers, of course, we've been getting visuals. So, for our viewers as well, it's going to be just as they were watching the moment, as if they were right here. But just to describe that moment as well, a loud thud, after which the entire building crumbled.
Yes, certainly, we are there on the ground and we are the one who is walking on the debris of this twin tower. The fiber cables is so much placed that this is the debris which can be seen here. These are the first and exclusive visuals which we are bringing it for viewers. We know that there's these small structures were put in. We have been told by the Noida police officials to move back because this area is yet to be cleared by the authorities. But on the ground, what you can see, that people are also chanting. These are the exclusive visuals which we are bringing here, where the demolition site is being seen first time on Indian television, only on Times Now. These are the small particles, these are the small, bricks which can be seen here. Apart from this brick, nothing can be seen. We are being told by the Noida officials to move back, but we wanted to show that this area has totally. Sir, there's no damage to other properties, sir.
We are showing you. Wait, let cleaning is to be done.
So there you have first reaction from the edifice. They will be showing here.
अच्छा तरह से गिरा है, बहुत सुरक्षित से गिरा है ये.
So here you can see in the visuals, although there's a bit of commotion, we apologize for that, but these are the exclusive visuals only for the viewers on Times Now, where you can see that this structure is right before us. We used to tilt up to see that, but now you can see that this particular structure has been brought to the ground, totally dusted, back to in the studio. Mohan.
Okay, all right. Priyank, we'll continue coming back to you. Priyank is right there at the spot. As we mentioned, the building has been reduced to rubble. Priyank is there. Officials also reaching there at the spot. Like we mentioned, the first reaction of the officials while speaking to Times Now has been that everything went according to plan. There's no reason to worry. Everything was to the T as expected. So that's some good news coming in. Remember, the residents had been extremely anxious on how it's all going to go down. Despite the kind of planning that had gone in, they were worried that because their houses are so close to the towers that are going to be demolished, what is the kind of impact that is going to have. But the officials saying that it went according to plan, so it's exactly how they had planned it. But to get a closer look at what the impact has been, because of the magnitude of the explosion, they're going to be visiting the spot in just a few moments from now. In fact, they will be reaching there to make an assessment not just of the debris but also of the buildings close by to see the kind of damages that have been caused. Remember, they had said that a few glasses could splinter, it could break, and there could be some cosmetic damages as well to these buildings, apart from, on the paints as well. So these are some of the assessments that they would be doing. The edifice engineering that was in charge of the entire explosion to bring down these towers is going to cover the charges of any of the damages that the residents around the area also incur. Priyank, coming back to you, take us through the action that's happening there. Like we mentioned, in a few moments from now, the officials are also going to be reaching there. But from your assessment, from what you're seeing there as well, and show us around on the impact that the explosion seems to have had.
See, Pratibha, we'll have to once again go back to the visual because there was too much of commotion in between Noida police officials and our crew. Because we wanted to show our viewers the first visuals of, I'm sorry, I beg your pardon, of this twin tower which has been demolished. But once again, we are on the ground, and this is the ATS tower. The speculation which was being raised that soon after the multi-stored building will fall down, there will be huge impact on these buildings. But nothing has happened on this. The Noida police also did a commendable job by stopping everyone who was coming towards this side. And if you're moving towards the other building, because the ADS tower, the twin tower has already been demolished, so we have already shown you the visual. Now you can see that is the second building, Supertech, courtyard, Emerald Court, which was the building which was said to be the one which could have been affected because of this particular building being demolished. But nothing has happened to the visual. Now you can see in the visuals, these are the tractors which are being used by the officials to spread and spray water so that the dust can settle down as soon as possible. What we have been told by the senior officials in Noida Authority that around 6:30 they will be allowing the residents to move inside. From clean eye, Pratibha, there's no dust which can be seen above 2 to 3, 4 of the height. But right now, the kids are also excited because what they have seen was a dramatic thing which was happening on the ground. They were enjoying it, but sadly, the police officials are trying to keep these kids away from the location so that their health condition can be normal. Back to you.
Okay, all right. Priyank, we'll continue coming back to you. Of course, it's been a fantastic job covering every single spot of every single aspect of the demolition that took place. talking about the moment, as you're seeing on your screens, the demolition as it took place. Priyank has been getting us these reports on the moment of the explosion and, of course, what next in the aftermath of the explosion. What's going to happen next? The officials there reaching the spot.
Yes, certainly. The senior officials have reached to the spot. We saw Alok Singh, the Commissioner of Police, also taking a round, and similar kind of thing can also be seen. So the Noida Police is taking the round of this location so that any individual, basically teenagers, are too much excited to see this. Now you can see, Pratibha, that water is being sprinkled. So this is the way that dust particles are being, stopped to spread. The kids are certainly enjoying it because this is the day which they did not thought that they will see in their life. We are moving ahead and we will show you that what is the condition once again of the two towers. Mohan will once again zoom in and show you. So that is the debris. From this distance we can see that is the debris of the twin tower, which was a 29 and 32 floor building, which has totally been dusted after the control explosion, after the effort of 6 months of time period by the officials and scientists of Edific, as well as one just keep on to the visuals. So what I was trying to say, that it has taken 3,700 kgs of explosive for this control explosion. The building which was on the top of all these towers here, residential towers in Noida, has been totally gone into dust. There's nothing left here, although there was no residence here. Obviously we know that area was also sanitized. We know that, we have been briefed about that. But watching this huge structure coming out in an area which could offer having a height of 2 to 3 floors is certainly something the country has not seen in the past, and that is what they're watching it only on Times Now.
Okay, all right. Remember, Times Now is the only channel at the spot where the explosion took place, getting you a ground report of how things stand as of now. On your screens also explosion visuals as it happened. Mr. Manish is joining us. My apologies for speaking to you now. You've been with us for a long time. Thank you so much for your patience. Talking about this exact moment, like we've been mentioning, this is something that the residents have been waiting for a long time, for the kind of victory that it has been. The only fear was whether this could have an impact, but the officials now say that it's gone according to plan. So, it's time for celebrations and for the residents.
Yeah, it is a victory time for residents. The residents have been demanding for the same since long. The RWA and we also were the petition of the part of the petition went to the Supreme Court. Actually, the order was from high.
मैं देख रहा हूँ तो बिल्डिंग नहीं दिख रही, धुआं था.
अच्छा, कितनी दूरी पर थे वहाँ से आप?
Just 70 meters away from that.
अच्छा, 70 मीटर की दूरी पर सबको 250 मीटर दूर रखा गया. मतलब बड़ी हिम्मत चाहिए थी 70 मीटर दूर रहने के लिए.
नहीं, we are very often we are used to it.
अच्छा सर, एक बार नाम बता दीजिए.
हाँ, मैं चेतन दत्ता.
अच्छा, आप ही पे सबसे बड़ी जिम्मेदारी थी.
शायद.
अच्छा, जिम्मेदारी को पूरा किया.
डेमोलिशन रहा कैसा रहा? क्या आपके तरीके से देखा जाए तो सक्सेसफुल रहा?
हाँ, 100% सक्सेसफुल.
100%.
कितनी देर लगी सर? जैसे कह रहे थे 9 से 12 मिनट.
द सेम टाइम. 9 सेकंड में बिल्डिंग पूरी क्रैश करेगी.
अच्छा, 9 सेकंड में. मतलब अब लग रहा है कि जो सोचा था वो कर पाए.
बिल्कुल जो हमारी प्रेडिक्शन थी 100% सक्सेसफुल हुई है और 100% पास हुई है.
अच्छा, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक पूरी टीम का वर्क होता है, तो पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है कि कर दिखाया.
सर बिल्कुल पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है. और जब ब्लास्ट होने के बाद हम पांचों अंदर गए और हम लोगों ने बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरह इंस्पेक्ट किया. उसके जस्ट 5 मिनट बाद हम लोग रो रहे थे.
और सर कितने लोग थे, कितने इन्वॉल्व थे आपने, कितने लोग इन्वॉल्व थे?
माय फैमिली वेटिंग फॉर मी.
कितने लोग?
हाँ मैडम, टोटल 10 लड़के मेरी टीम में थे
जी,
और 7 फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे और 20 से 25 की एडुकेशन इंजीनियरिंग की टीम थी.
सर जैसे आपने एक्सपीरियंस बताया, आप कितने दूर थे? मतलब पूरे
मैडम सिर्फ 70 मीटर दूर थे इस ब्लास्ट से.
जी. और जो प्रोसीजर जो हुआ, जब बटन दबाया, क्या थी सर, फीलिंग क्या थी उस समय?
आधे घंटे पहले जब सायरन पुश दबा दिया गया, बजा दिया गया, आधे घंटे पहले हम पांचों आपस में एक दूसरे से कोई बात नहीं कर रहे थे, सिर्फ एक दूसरे का चेहरा देख रहे थे. और जैसे बटन दबा, बटन दबने के इमीडिएटली बाद जब मैंने खड़े होकर बिल्डिंग की तरफ देखा तो सिर्फ वहाँ धूल का गुबार था और कुछ चिंताएं थी. और उन चिंताओं को देखते हुए हम लोगों ने धूल को सेटल होने की वेट नहीं की. जेब से मास्क निकाले एंड हम सब भागते हुए बिल्डिंग की तरफ गए और हमारा पहला कंसर्न एमराल्ड कोर्ट था, उसको चेक किया, इट वाज कम्प्लीटली सेफ। एक 80s की तरफ हल्का सा एक जो कंपाउंड वॉल है उस पर थोड़ा सा पत्थर गिरा है जिसकी वजह से 3 या 4 मीटर कंपाउंड वॉल टूटी है एंड एवरीथिंग इज सेफ एज पर आवर प्लान।
अपना नाम और डेजिग्नेशन?
माय सेल्फ चेतन दत्ता, आई वाज इंडियन ब्लास्टर।
थैंक यू सो मच सर, थैंक यू।
Okay, all right. Mr. Manish, apologies. We had to cut across to some of the reactions that came in as the residents celebrate. Please go ahead.
Yeah. So residents are in celebration mode, and as Mr. Datta said that everything went as per the plan and everything is safe except something he said like 2 or 3 meters wall of ATS. So that's I think that's not a big concern. So that 2-3 meter wall can be repaired anytime and very soon it can be repaired. So the major thing is everything went as per the plan. Residents are joyful, residents are in happy mood that the building of corruption went down. And one of my friend just now sent me a message that if it had been demolition had been taken place few weeks later, say on Dashera, so by putting up the mukhotas, Ravan and Kumbhakarna के मुखौटे लगाकर और उनको demolish किया जाता तो residents would
all
have
right.
been...
Do stay on with us. Mr. Subhash, Noida DM is with us on the phone line. Mr. Subhash, I want your first reaction on, of course, the demolition that took place. Has everything gone according to plan?
Yes, the demolition process was completely planned and the process has gone as per the plan. Now we are concentrating on the post-demolition activities to bring down the AQI levels. In fact, the AQI levels in and around the area have already normalized almost to the normal level. So yes, everything went as per the plan and all the departments are doing their activity as per the standard operating procedure.
Okay, all right. Congratulations to you and the teams that were involved in this entire process. I'm sure it was a very, very uphill task to ensure that everything went on smoothly.
Yes, it was a challenging task given that 2 buildings were very close by, so we had to ensure that there is no loss of life and property. So a lot of precautions had to be taken and lots of teams were deployed in advance in case any contingency were to arise, but fortunately nothing of that sort happened. Now we are concentrating on getting everything back to normal within next few hours and so that our residents can come back to their houses and lead normal life.
Okay, can you tell us a little more about what is going to happen next for the residents? Yes, you said they'll come back, but for the debris as well, there is a lot of concern on the amount of time that it's going to take to clear it. Where is it going to go? So a few details on that.
The residents who are evacuated in and around the area, their apartments are already being cleaned as we speak. So it will take only few hours to clean the apartments in and around the area. As to the debris that is there, debris of the Twin Tower per se, which is most of it is within the plot area. So that will be cleared in due course as per the standard operating procedure by edifice and by Noida authority. So the residents would have not much inconvenience with respect to the debris that has been caused because most of the debris in public places and the neighboring apartments will be cleaned very soon.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हेलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है जो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो. आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू. आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम वंदे मातरम. आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू. महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला. अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो.
अव्यवस्था फैल रही है बिहार में, उसका एक संस्मरण आपके सामने रखूंगा। जिला पश्चिम चंपारण में 12 वर्षीय किशोरी से सामूहिक दुष्कर्म होता है। मुजफ्फरपुर में व्यवसायी नलिन रंजन के घर दिन दहाड़े घुस लुटेरे 40 लाख रुपए की संपत्ति लूट लेते हैं।
Hello and a very good evening to you. You're watching Times Now Live. I'm Pratibha. We're continuing our coverage of the biggest story of the day, the demolition of the corruption towers, the Twin Towers. If you joined us in the morning, you would have seen two towers right behind me. The massive structures that were demolished in just 9 seconds, and right now it's been razed completely to rubble. And we got you the moment of the explosion, and our reporters have been on the ground getting you all the details of what's happening. We also get you the report of the exact moment when the explosion took place. Take a look at Sabyasachi's report.
ताकि यहाँ पे जो मौजूद it went for around 3 minutes starting from 2:27 because 2:30 is the timing which has been, and as you can see this building is falling. It's an epical visual which you are watching it on the viewers of Times Now. We are going to wear this mask because the smoke is going to be coming everywhere. The dust has suddenly covered this building. It has been an explosion which people have been waiting for around 200 to 300 meters. We can see that explosion has certainly covered this particular area. This area was a no man's area. There was nothing which was left here. No sign of life was also made sure by the officials, and this building has brought its totally smoke which has totally dust of the concrete particle as well as the particles of the concrete material and the iron which have been blasted. Finally, we cannot see that whether the adjacent towers have also been affected or not, but what we can see exactly that certainly the demolition appeared to be very straight. Till the last few nanoseconds I could observe this demolition was certainly a successful one as far as what we can see from the initial time. This area is totally covered with smoke. We have been instructed by the Noida authority officials that everyone who is in and around this area need to wear masks. What I can see, the adjacent building is safe. The ATS tower is safe, which is clearly visible through open eye. We cannot see any kind of damage which has been caused to the ATS tower. We are still waiting to see that whether the Emerald tower is also affected or not, but that is certainly not visible. So finally, this demolition drive has been carried out in Noida, which was the biggest event of this century, because this is the first time this event has been carried out in such a manner.
All right, that was Priyank talking to us and getting us that report from the ground, very, very close to the explosion site. Remember, 100 meters, that was the height of the two towers, a massive structure that was brought down. Months of planning that went into it, and everything went according to plan. It was done and executed with precision. The officials have confirmed that everything has gone according to plan. And of course, the residents can now start returning in and around the area. The residents had been evacuated because of the impact that it could have had. Now the officials will assess the damage, after which the residents will start returning. Let's also play out this report of what happened and what is going to happen next, as we also get you ground reports of the exact spot there. We're the only channel there at the spot of the explosion after this quick report.
Finally, the tower of corruption has crumbled down, done and dusted, and it's a win for the residents who have been fighting this long battle over the years. We'll get some reaction from ground. Sir, क्या कहेंगे? Finally, 9 seconds के अंदर Supertech Twin Towers crumble हो चुका है.
It was very auspicious moment, I'll say that. The complete illegal things which took around 10 years was down in 10 seconds. So merely it's a victory for the law, everyone, the people who are doing something uncorrupt and illegal activities in India. This is a message from the law that it won't be taken for granted.
How is the feeling? What exactly thoughts are going inside your mind? Because it's a year-long battle which we have won today finally.
Finally, we are feeling very happy right now that these towers have been reduced to dust. Now let's just hope that pollution doesn't trouble us for very long, and we'll get to know about the status of any damage that might have happened to the nearby buildings. And probably by evening we should have the clearance to go back. This is a very significant event in the history of India that for the first time action of such a scale has happened. Now what is probably pending is that the officials who were complicit with the builders, they should also be punished and taken to task, because right now this is a civil proceeding that the illegal construction was brought down, but the officials are still roaming out, Supertech directors are still roaming out, and they must also be brought to task.
Well, obviously, the residents are quite happy of Emerald Court and ATS. You can see celebration have begun out here. Colors are being used for celebration. This is the battle of the residents of Emerald Court and ATS, which they have fought over the years.
Look at the dust. Just the total, all these trees, everything which is here is totally covered with dust and sand particles. If you look on the ground, there's no brick which can be seen. Everything has been done into dust. This is what we can say. There's nothing which is left in these twin towers. We are once again going back to the visuals where Mohan will show you every floor, every 32 floors of illegal demolition can be seen here, where the floors have been totally gutted down. Yes, certainly we are there on the ground, and we are the one who is walking on the debris of this twin tower. The fiber cables is so much placed that this is the debris which can be seen here. These are the first and exclusive visuals which we are bringing you for viewers. We know that there's these small structures were put in. We have been told by the Noida police officials to move back because this area is yet to be cleared by the authorities. But on the ground, what you can see, that people are also chanting. These are the exclusive visuals which we are bringing here, where the demolition site is being seen first time on Indian television, only in Times Now. These are the small particles, these are the small bricks which can be seen here. Apart from this brick, nothing can be seen. We are being told by the Noida officials to move back, but we wanted to show that this area has totally there's no damage to other properties.
We are showing you. Wait, let cleaning is to be done.
So there you have first reaction from the edifice. They will be showing here.
अच्छा तरह से गिरा है, बहुत सुरक्षित से गिरा है ये.
So here you can see in the visuals, although there's a bit of commotion, we apologize for that, but these are the exclusive visuals only for the viewers on Times Now, where you can see that this structure is right before us. We used to tilt up to see that, but now you can see that this particular structure has been brought to the ground, totally dusted.
All right, Sabyasachi is joining us live right now. Sabyasachi, one of the biggest parts of, the most crucial part of this entire demolition of the structure is the residents. He's with the residents. In fact, Sabyasachi, talking about the residents there, not just a victory legally, but now that the entire structure has been crumbled, a lot of happiness. Now, of course, they will look at the kind of damages that have happened. Take us to what's happening there.
Well, absolutely. Celebration. The residents celebrated it. They celebrated it with sweets, with dhol, and they are extremely happy. But simultaneously, they are worried about their home as well. They want to go back to their residence to make sure that there is no structural damage. We'll try to speak to some of the residents out here, get to know what is their reaction. Finally, it's a long battle, done and dusted. What is your reaction?
It's a great relief actually. See, our parents had invested in this, and it's a long battle for them, and we've been seeing this tower for good 7-8 years. We've been staying here, So I think it's a win, but at the same time, we are a little worried about the wildlife, the animals that are around. So I would like to give a huge shout out to the Parva NGO who took these more than 35 odd dogs and cats to their Veda house boarding, along with a few volunteers, Pooja, Sanya. A huge shout out to you guys, and it was a collective effort, and I'm so glad that humans are helping humans, humans are helping animals also. So I think that would be our biggest win if all goes well. If life is saved, I think that is more important.
Well, absolutely. People have been working day and night to make sure that the stray animals were also saved during this operation. We'll get the reaction from the RWA president in this society who has tirelessly helped the people. So finally, it's a long battle. It is done and dusted. The residents were celebrating, dancing to the tunes of Dole. What is your reaction, sir?
Super happy, very joy and feeling of great victory. And being a president of the RWA, my whole Pasanath society family is safe. Emerald Court family is safe because they were guests here. The technical people, the security staff, the residents and their family. There was a responsibility on our shoulder, and me along with my PPRWA team as well as our families and our residents, they have performed very well to keep all of them safe and happy, enjoying them. And laughingly, a couple of them were saying that we have come into a Bharat. So very nice feeling. And we all are safe, no collateral damage. Though it shook a little bit, but there was no collateral damage. And you can see in our society we have started water spray so that the dust settle down. And we are inquiring about all the residents, how they are feeling now. They are happy, they need any medicine alone. Our medical team is also, in-house medical team is ready. So I thanks our internal staffs for giving a tiring effect.
There you go. We'll get some more reactions. Ma'am, just a quick word from you. कैसा महसूस हो रहा है? लंबी journey थी.
Very happy. Good justice for all of us. Thank you.
Well, there you go, that the residents are quite happy and they are in the celebration mode because it's a long journey for them. And the moment the Twin Towers went down, there was a vibration at that particular moment, but everything was safe. People are safe right now. They are feeling relieved, and there was a kind of joy when the building came down, because they were calling it the building of corruption, and when it came down, there was a sheerness of joy across the residents who were here throughout the day. They were continuously monitoring each and every development, and now they are happy and they just want to go back to their home as soon as possible. Back to you.
Okay, all right. So they want to return to their homes. They watched the entire structure come down. Like you mentioned, they've been waiting for this moment. Now, of course, to just go and see what are the kind of damages, if at all, their houses has sustained. But a lot of reactions have also come in from the residents. A lot of celebrations. They're happy that finally they see this moment that they've been waiting for. Remember, the officials have said that as of now, it seems like everything has gone according to plan.
There was absolute normalcy. There is no damage to anyone, and it went out very smoothly with the effort of district administration and the police department and edifice company.
So at what time the final call was made?
2:30 the time that was estimated.
So you're taking a round so that
yes, we are just looking around so that, because this is an exclusion zone, no one is supposed to be here, and I would also request you to please move out of the zone, because edifice has advised us not to let anyone inside.
By what time the residents will be allowed?
We are still speculating. We are estimating what the time will be.
It is as per the plans. The teams were working for this execution of the Honorable Supreme Court's order, and largely it is as per the plans. We are going to the site to assess the remnants which are there.
There are three aspects which you're going to be checking, sir. I'm asking you very short answer. Three aspects which you're going to be
See, one is if there is any leftover explosive which could become a safety issue. Second is about the debris, and thirdly about the smoke in the area, so that the visibility, and we need to restore the traffic as quickly as possible. Thank you.
Okay, all right. We continue to get you reactions from the residents. What's going to happen next? Remember, there was a lot of build-up to this event of the explosion taking place. But what's going to happen next? There is a lot of rubble. How is that going to be cleared? What about the environmental impact of it? We're going to be talking about all of that and more after a very short break. Do stay with us.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chiller, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because
Welcome back as we continue our coverage of what next after the demolition. At 2:30 p.m., just as was planned, the Twin Towers of Noida, one of the tallest buildings, were brought down, and within 9 seconds as planned, the entire building turned to dust. Sabya Sachi is joining us live. In fact, he was very close to the location as well. Sabya Sachi, this is the moment that, as was planned, as the officials had mentioned, exactly as that, with precision, it was executed. For the residents now, of course, they will be picking up from here. Alright, we'll go to Sabya Sachi in just a bit, but as we were mentioning, right behind me, if you joined us since morning, you would have seen the Twin Towers, massive structure, one of the biggest buildings in Noida. These buildings had been built in violation of the norms. These were illegal structures. The residents fought against it, and the Supreme Court intervened and said that the structures need to be brought down. At 2:30 p.m. today, just as was planned by the officials, it was brought down. The officials now say that it was all according to plan. We also spoke to Avinash Awasthi, who was part of it, who tells us what exactly happened and the fact that it went according to plan.
Mr. Avnish Awasthi joining us on the phone line. Mr. Awasthi, what can you tell us? Looks like a smooth operation and really a sigh of relief with that for everyone who has their houses in those towers adjacent to the now twin towers that have completely been reduced to dust. What are the big challenges that lie ahead? And before that, if you could just tell us about the impact, if there was any impact whatsoever on the adjacent buildings. What is it that you've been able to pick up, sir?
Well, I had a discussion with the officers on the ground, the CEO, the CP as well as the DM. Everything has gone as per schedule. The immediate impact will be settlement of the dust, removal of the rubble. The long-term impact, it's too soon to give us give a reply right now. But I think that you have all seen it very visually that everything went as per schedule, and I'm sure this message that anything which is illegal will not stand the test of time has been proved.
Absolutely, sir. The biggest message has been sent out to the corrupt lobby behind this big corruption project. But as far as the next few days go, Mr. Awasthi, now that the Home Department is monitoring the situation very carefully, we heard the Chief Minister there as well. How challenging is it going to be? Because there are people who want to come back to their houses, some of whom have been evacuated on a temporary basis. What is it that the officials plan to do?
Well, we don't expect much of a challenge in the long run, but then the short run, obviously, everyone has to be careful. You wait for a while, by evening things will be very clear. Sprinklers have been put in place, fire brigades have been put in place, the police has used the fire tenders to ensure that a lot of water is sprinkled to bring down the dust. The rubble obviously will take some time, but I'm sure the things will do aspect of security will be ensured.
All right, Mr. Awasthi, so far it all looks good, and to get into details, of course, we'll be focusing on what the ground reports suggest in the coming few minutes, but what's the feedback that you've received? Has the operation gone as per plan?
The operation, as you can see, gone as per plan. It's too soon to give an immediate reply, but the local officers at the ground are all on the job. The agency which was given the charge of demolition has done it well. I'm pretty sure everything will work out as planned. And wait for a while and everything will come out properly. And obviously right now, unless the green signal is given by the local authorities, people should wait and should not come out in the open, so that the environment time is given to clear the air around, literally.
And before I let you go, Mr. Awasthi, one last question. The biggest challenges that one has had to face with regards to the preparations, talk about traffic, talk about emergency services, the evacuation. How was the journey for everyone involved in this big operation?
Well, at the government level, the Honorable Chief Minister himself personally monitored this. The Industry Department, which was given this charge, the Home Department, all and everyone in the government were very closely monitoring this. The officers on the ground were given specific instructions. The best of the agencies were put in place, so I think everything has gone as per schedule, and the rule of law has been maintained on the ground. The Honorable Supreme Court's orders have been implemented, so things will go well. This message is big and clear that, well, in UP, the rule of law will be supreme.
All right, big breaking news that's now coming in as the corruption towers have been brought down. The UP government has also named and shamed the corrupt babus. Remember, the Supreme Court had said that the structure had been built colluding with the officials. So now the UP government has released a list of the officials, naming and shaming of the officials. Remember, a lot of residents, a lot of our viewers had also called in to say, what about the action against the officials? Amir Haq, Lucknow Bureau Chief, joining us with these details. Amir, big development there. Uttar Pradesh government naming and shaming the officials. What are the names and the impact that it's going to have?
Well, these are 26 officials from the Noida Development Authority which have been listed in a list that has been released by the Chief Minister's office. That includes at least 3 CEOs, top management officials of the Noida Development Authority, as well as 23 others from planners to architects to Babus really who were involved there, who were responsible for planning and its implementation on the ground, and also 4 directors from Supertech Limited as well as planners and architects therein. Although more than half of these people have actually retired from their services, it is perhaps on the courts and the government now to pursue the cases against them. But what is surprising here, Pratibha, is that number of such officials continue to serve with the government here, not just in the Noida Authority, but also in the Greater Noida Authority as well as the Yamuna Expressways Development Authority. So that is one aspect that the government needs to look into, and definitely with the kind of furor amongst people that we've seen, the kind of inconvenience that they've gone through, such people really need to be brought to book.
Right. That's right. All right. Amir, thank you so much for joining us with those details. So now action to be taken against the corrupt Babus, naming and shaming by the UP government as well. On that note, we're slipping into a very quick break here. Don't go anywhere. I'll be joining you next after this very short break on What Next and a report from the ground.
मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से देश के 130 करोड़ लोगों को अपील करता हूं कि इस राष्ट्र मिशन मेक इंडिया नंबर 1 इस राष्ट्र मिशन के साथ जुड़े। जिस दिन 130 करोड़ लोग एक साथ जुड़ गए, भारत को दुनिया का नंबर 1 देश बनने से कोई नहीं रोक सकता। और हमारा किसी पार्टी से कोई लेना देना नहीं है। यह मिशन राष्ट्रीय मिशन है, यह देश को आगे ले जाने का मिशन है, यह किसी पार्टी का मिशन नहीं है। इसलिए मैं आह्वान करना चाहता हूं, सारे बीजेपी वाले भी साथ आओ, सारे कांग्रेस वाले भी साथ आओ, इस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ, उस पार्टी वाले भी साथ आओ। भारत आखिर पीछे क्यों रह गया? दोस्तों,
Welcome back and thank you for staying with us. Remember the Twin Towers, Supertech's Twin Towers, the illegal ones have been brought down. Right behind me since morning, of course, the towers were there, now reduced to a complete rubble. The entire explosion lasted for just 9 seconds. The entire towers reduced to rubble in just 9 seconds. Let's play out the visuals of the explosions as they happened. At sharp 2:30, at the click of a button, the entire building, the two structures over 100 meters tall, came down crashing, reduced to just a pile of rubble. Now, it lasted for just 9 seconds, but the kind of preparations that had gone on went on for weeks. Now, the focus is going to be on what next. But that moment was the extremely crucial moment. Precision coordination between various departments, the policemen, the NDRF teams that were on standby, a lot of preparations had gone in place. It all came down to that one moment at 2:30 p.m. when that button was clicked and the entire structure reduced to just dust. But there was one man who pulled the trigger, the man who clicked the button that brought down the two structures, and we had a talk with him, Chetan Datta. It was a very emotional moment. Remember, it has now been confirmed, the officials saying that everything went according to plan. Let's play out this emotional reaction of Chetan Datta, the man who pressed the button that brought down these two towers.
That successful moment came in my life. I'm so happy. Sorry, I can't speak now. I heard a lot of noise and I was sitting just on that exploder to push the button, and when I stand up I see only the dust everywhere, and just within 1 or 2 minutes 5 of us rushed towards the building to check, because we are very curious to see what happens, and we don't wait for the dust to settle down. We just use the mask and just run towards the building, and just we want to see, and we are very much worried about the Super Court, Emerald Court. It was totally safe, and I can't explain the moment, but I'm so happy.
So the entire building has been reduced to rubble. Remember, the biggest worry for the residents around was the close proximity to the building and the impact that it's going to have. There was a huge thud at the moment of the explosion, and the entire structures around it were also engulfed in a cloud of dust. So there was a bit of a worry as well on what would happen next. Sabyasachi is joining us live. He has been talking to the residents as well. Sabyasachi, talking to the residents about the moment when it all happened, how did it all play out in their minds? Are they waiting to now go to their homes and see what is the kind of damage, if at all, that has happened, or are they happy with what they've seen because the officials have said that everything has gone according to plan?
Well, absolutely. We were in the terrace of the society, and the time the Twin Towers went down, there was just sheer of happiness and clapping that was seen from the residents. After it went down, the residents were celebrating with on the tune of dhols. They were distributing sweets and colors. So clearly it was an atmosphere of happiness, because they have been waiting for this over 10 years, and finally they have seen it from their own eyes, and they are completely happy, and they are more happy with the kind of operation that was done by Edifice and Jet over there. And now the main focus is that they want to get back to their homes as soon as possible. They want an audit to be done to make sure that there is no structural damage to the buildings. They just want to be 100% sure. Few minutes back, the entire area was completely surrounded by residents. Slowly they are moving out. They are going to their relatives' house. They are in a happy mode, and they just want to get back to their residence as soon as possible and begin with the normal life once again, because it has been a long journey from the time Edifice and Jet started their planning, and they were putting explosive inside every single pillar in the Twin Towers. It was a long process. So finally everything is done and dusted. They used to call the Twin Towers as a tower of corruption, and finally it has gone to dust. So completely they are very happy with the kind of operation that they had seen. They had seen the Twin Towers come down from their own eyes, and they give a big shout out to the judiciary system as well, who have helped them getting justice.
That's right. Absolutely. Let's go across to Aishwarya as well. Aishwarya, you know, if the focus for the last few weeks has been on the preparation that went into ensuring that everything goes according to plan, now that it has happened, the focus is going to be on what next. The residents returning to their homes, the debris being cleared, assessing the damage around, and the kind of environmental impact, any long-term impacts if it also. Now the focus is going to be on the next phase of it.
Well, that's right, and the engineering team, which includes the jet demolition blasters as well as the Edifice engineering team, they were well confident ahead of this demolition as well that it will be a safe demolition, and currently the authorities and the engineers are saying that it all went according to the plan. Now it comes down to the debris, the 80,000 metric ton debris which is now there. This needs to be cleared up according to the Supreme Court judgment within the 90 days time period, and Edifice engineering will be transporting 30,000 of debris from this particular location to Enviro, Ramki Enviro Private Limited, which is a waste management company by Noida Authority, which will completely dispose of the debris by the scientific disposal method, in which each and everything will be separated from stones to sent to iron, and that will be sold later, which will also be recycled, and this debris will be used for making footpaths, for making roads and other constructional activities. So this is the plan as far as the debris is concerned, but currently all the residents who are now very much eagerly waiting to go back to their homes, the Noida Authority CEO Ritu Maheshwari has been saying that they will be allowed only after.
But a lot of residents were also celebrating, Aishwarya, and requesting Sabyasachi to also stay with us. Let's also play out those reactions of the residents. Remember, even though they're going to return home and they want to check the damages as they happened, but they've been celebrating. A lot of residents were also seen distributing sweets to celebrate the fact that after so many years, the illegal structures have finally been razed.
बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश हैं। जो हम चाहते थे वो हुआ है, और थोड़ा बहुत जो उसके साइड इफ़ेक्ट्स आए होंगे उसके लिए भी हम तैयार हैं कि बस मन से जो हमारी जीत थी। डर लग रहा था एक बार को थोड़ा रुक गया था तो हम लोगों की सांसें भी रुक गई थी कि क्या हुआ, कि फिल्मी स्टाइल में जैसे वो फांसी रोकने और बीच में आवाज़ लगाते हैं रुक जाओ फांसी मत लगाओ, वो सीन तो नहीं होने वाला है। लेकिन फिर 2-3 सेकंड्स के बाद ब्लास्ट हुआ और हमने कहा बोल वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय।
जो भी प्लान था उसके अनुसार बिल्डिंग गिरी है। इट अपीयर्स कि नो डैमेज हैज बीन डन टू एनी बिल्डिंग आइदर फॉर एमरल्ड कोर्ट और एटीएस विलेज।
तो आप लोगों ने जो लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी आज उसको लेकर के खुश हैं आप?
बहुत खुश है जी, बहुत खुश है जी।
परफेक्ट, बहुत ही परफेक्ट मैं बोलूंगा, ये बहुत ही परफेक्ट पूरा ऑपरेशन रहा है।
अच्छा महसूस तो हो रहा है क्योंकि हम लोगों ने एक जीत हासिल कर ली है, बट अब इसके बाद क्या होगा वहाँ पे क्लियर करना, सब क्लीन करना, और जो कोई डैमेज वगैरह नहीं हुआ है उसको देखना, किसी का हुआ है तो उसको सॉर्ट आउट करना। अब तो ये कहानी चलेगी। बाकी तो अच्छा ही लग रहा है कि चलो सब कुछ अच्छा स्मूथली और परफेक्ट मैनर में हो गया। ये सबसे एक्सपर्टीज वाला सबकी जीत है, हमारी तो सिर्फ हम तो देखने की जीत कर रहे हैं। दे वर डूइंग द वर्क, टीम ऑफ द ऑल, कितने लोग इसमें लगे हुए हैं और कितने महीनों से लगे हुए हैं, कितना एक्सप्लोसिव पहले चेक किया इसके बाद अब इन्होंने किया है, तो ये उनकी बहुत बड़ी जीत है कि उनका काम भी सक्सेस हुआ।
काफ़ी अच्छा लगा, मतलब हम लोग ने तो ये सोचा भी नहीं था कि जो इतने साल से हम लोग लड़ रहे थे वो 9 सेकेंड में सारा कुछ ख़त्म हो जाएगा और हम लोग को रात की सांस मिलेगी। कि थोड़ा सा मतलब अब ये बात दूसरी है कि हम लोग 2-3-4 महीना उसको पूरा वो लोग क्लीन करेंगे, सारी धूल मिट्टी आएगी, पॉल्यूशन का तो है ही है, सीनियर सिटीजन्स को भी फ़र्क पड़ेगा, बच्चों को भी फ़र्क पड़ेगा, लेकिन होपफुली इट्स बेस्ट।
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि ये जो डिमोलिश हुआ है इससे जितने बिल्डर्स हैं जो कहीं पे भी बिल्डिंग बना लेते हैं उनके लिए भी लेसन है कि उनके साथ भी ऐसा हो सकता है।
It was very auspicious moment, I'll say that. The complete illegal things which took around 10 years was down in 10 seconds. So merely it's a victory for the law, everyone, the people who are doing something uncorrupt and illegal activities in India. This is a message from the law that it won't be taken for granted. We are feeling very happy right now that these towers have been reduced to dust. Now let's just hope that pollution doesn't trouble us for very long, and we'll get to know about the status of any damage that might have happened to the nearby buildings, and probably by evening we should have the clearance to go back. This is a very significant event in the history of India that for the first time action of such a scale has happened.
That's right, a very, very significant moment, like some of the residents have been saying, and not just because it's been a monumental effort to bring down the structure, but also about what is going to happen next. We're going to tell you about what's going to happen to the tons of debris that's now gathered after the demolition, but after a very quick break. Do stay with us.
The most pressing issues, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivchankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. what happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples. These countries built up their economy not just by having big business, but also having a supply chain within the country. I went when they opened up travel to America in 2021, and my son lives in America, and I asked him, saying, we were going to a restaurant and they wanted to see our COVID vaccine certificate. So I showed them my phone. My son, from his wallet, produced a paper which was folded in thing and said, okay, this is my certificate. And I looked at his paper and I asked myself, okay, this is where they are and this is. So, the whole idea of the COVID platform, that each one of you, like me, got on your phone that you go to this place on this date and you get this done. Now you must understand, this was not the case with much of the world.
Back with the political news break. After months of dilly-dallying, the Congress has finally decided to go for an election to elect the party's president. The schedule to elect Sonia Gandhi's successor was decided at the CWC meeting that took place today itself, and the Congress has said the election will be held on the 17th of October. The counting will be taking place on the 19th October. The CWC meeting was held virtually, remember, earlier today, with Sonia Gandhi chairing the meeting from abroad. Meanwhile, more reactions have been coming in with regards to what is it that the Congress leaders have been maintaining. But yes, these are the big dates, because a lot of discussion has been ongoing with regards to when is it that the Congress will be electing its new president. After much dilly-dallying, the Congress is all set to take concrete steps to elect the new party chief. We have reactions coming in from the likes of KC Venugopal as well, who's made a big announcement and has said that this will be an open election. Listen in.
Oh, it is open election. Anybody can contest the election. It is an open election. No, now election is already announced. Those who want to contest as the Congress president should file a nomination before September 30th. It will start on September 24th. Till September 30th, there will be a nomination process. Those who want to become the Congress president should file a nomination.
Scrutiny of nomination. Saturday, 1st October 2022. Last day of withdrawal of candidate, Saturday, 8th October 2022. Publication of final list of contesting candidates, Saturday, 8th October, 5 p.m. Election campaign, Saturday, 8th October 2022 to Sunday, 16th October 2022. If there is more than one candidate, the date of poll at all PCCs, Pradesh Congress Committee's headquarters, on Monday, 17th October between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
All right, let me go across to Mayank, my colleague, joining us with more details. Mayank, we've seen a perpetual delay with regards to the Congress president elections, and we've seen a lot of political blame game coming from the other end, from the BJP, from several who have now left the Congress party, citing there have been massive loopholes with regards to how elections are also conducted. But big breaking news coming in, elections will be held on the 17th October, counting to take place on the 19th.
It's not a free and fair election, and that's why the statement from the KC Venugopal, the AICC General Secretary, puts that thing in perspective. That's the charge that the Congress party, the Grand Old Party, has been facing from the BJP and all the opponents of the party, and that's why the statement by KC Venugopal, who is the General Secretary of the organization, put things in perspective that that it is a fair election. However, one keyword thing is here that the 8th October has been marked by Sudhakar Mistry, who is also the chairman of the election committee of the Congress party. He was assigned the task of coming out with this schedule of the election in discussion with the CWC members, and he said that 8th October is the final date for the withdrawal of candidates who will be filing their nominations, and that's the key date, because that day by the evening, if there will be only one candidate, the president for the next president of the Congress party will be decided by that evening. So there are layers in terms of the elections as well, and Congress party has been has been attacked by the BJP over the schedule of the elections and the way the party has been functioning, and especially after resignation from Ghulam Nabi Azad, this election comes in focus once again.
Absolutely, the dates are out, but the big question is it true that they're going to be indeed free as far as the ongoing controversy goes? Because looks like much effort has gone by several Congress leaders to convince Rahul Gandhi to once again take charge of the top post. I'll leave it that with you, Mayank. Thank you for joining us with those details. Slipping into a very short break. Be back with all the top stories on the other side.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र विरोध के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू, आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई है वो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र विरोध के शब्द गूंजेंगे, है वो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
Very good evening. Thanks for tuning into Times Now. I'm Qutub Minar, and what a day it has been with regards to the Twin Tower demolition in Noida. We get you more details on the current situation on ground, but before that, the top 50 updates across the country and the world. The illegal construction of Supertech Twin Tower has been successfully demolished. Over 29-storied buildings have now been turned into dust in less than 10 seconds. Noida CP Alok Singh said the demolition went according to the plan. Edifice officials informed that no damage has been caused to the residential towers in adjoining Emerald Court. Noida CEO Ritu Maheshwari informed that the cleaning process is currently underway. Also, gas and electricity supply will be restored in the area. People will thereafter be allowed to enter the neighbouring societies post 6:30 p.m. Team of Edifice, Jet Demolitions, CBRI and Noida officials have begun structural analysis of adjacent buildings after the demolition. A truck-mounted water sprinkler with capacity of 90,000 litres was used to control pollution post the demolition. The water was sprayed to settle down dust particles across. Prior to Twin Tower demolition, animals were also evacuated by several activists. Nandi Seva Trust evacuated 18 cows and over 25 dogs from the vicinity. Special dust machines were installed in 6 different locations to monitor the pollution levels. PM10 and PM2.5 levels were observed after the demolition. Prior to demolition of the Twin Towers, Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath directed officials to ensure that safety and security norms were followed thoroughly. And Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya blamed the Samajwadi Party government for the illegal construction of the tower, said Supertech is proof of corruption and anarchy during Akhilesh Yadav's reign. Countering corruption allegation leveled by the BJP, SP spokesperson Anurag Baduria accused the BJP of being a steep neck down in corruption in Uttar Pradesh across departments. Meanwhile, Prime Minister Modi inaugurated Smriti One Memorial, which celebrates the resilience showed by people during the devastating 2001 Gujarat earthquake. In his Mann Ki Baat address, Prime Minister referred to the Amrit Sarovar Abhiyan to conserve water. He hailed the participation of local administration and people for making the campaign a mass movement. 3 accused in Sonali Foghat's death case have been sent to police custody for 5 days. Advocate Raju, who represents one of the accused, Edwin Nunes, argued in court that Edwin is not the real owner of Curly's club as per documents. Amidst allegations of Sonali Foghat being drugged to death with an eye on her property, Haryana Chief Minister has written to Goa government seeking CBI probe. The Goa Chief Minister has said after all formalities, if required, will transfer the case to central agency. After Murga Matsir and 4 others were booked under POCSO Act, now former MLA SK Basavarajan and his wife have also been accused of sexually assaulting the warden and harassing the kids at the mutt. Speaking on this sexual assault case, Karnataka Chief Minister also says police have been given free hand and the truth will come out. Victims in the case have been handed over to the Child Welfare Committee. BJP leader Subramanian Swamy has issued a legal notice to actor Akshay Kumar and 8 others for misappropriation in the upcoming movie Ram Setu. And on the radio show Mann Ki Baat, Prime Minister Modi said that we saw India's collective might on Independence Day. Union Minister Amit Shah addressed the first convocation of National Forensic Sciences University in Gujarat, said students from 21 countries will attend college here. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has approved the 3rd positive indigenation list to ensure self-resilience and self-reliance in defence. Koderi Balakrishnan resigned as the CPM State Secretary of Kerala. He was replaced by Excise Minister M.V. Govindan. Kerala Cabinet reshuffle is likely next week. This comes after Excise Minister M.V. Govindan took charge as the State Secretary. And Congress Working Committee met to approve schedule for the election of the party president post. And Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal further issued clarification saying all CWC members attended the meeting and unanimously approved the election for president. Election for president post will be held on the 17th October. Counting will take place on the 19th. In a tweet, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that Aam Aadmi Party has not spared even its loved ones in the fight against corruption. Video of JDU leader Gaurav Banti has gone viral. He was consuming drugs as per the video and the act was caught on camera. Centres appointed 9 judicial officers as additional judges of the Calcutta High Court. 13th edition of the India-US Joint Special Forces exercise culminated at Baklo in Himachal Pradesh. Indian Army successfully averted a major disaster by diverting river Chakki and creating an alternate route. The river was overflowing due to a cloudburst. 2 trains stood cancelled after rail car derailed near Tara Devi on Kalka Shimla railway track. A private passenger bus caught fire on Mahatma Gandhi Setu in Bihar. No injuries were reported thereafter. India meanwhile has recorded 9,436 new COVID-19 cases in the last 24 hours. The active case load stands at 86,591. Team India head coach Rahul Dravid has tested negative, for COVID-19 and has joined the team in Dubai ahead of its much-awaited Asia Cup opener against Pakistan. All eyes are set on India versus Pakistan in the T20 Asia Cup. It will be played at 7:30 p.m. India time. Afghanistan skipper Mohammad Nabi heaped praises on Zazai and Gurbaz after the duo ensured Afghanistan's win against Sri Lanka. Disney star has returned and retained rights to broadcast all ICC men's and women's events till 2027 in a close to $3 million bid. India rejected China's insinuations that New Delhi pressured Colombo against allowing docking of Chinese research vessel to Sri Lankan port. Abdullah Shahid, president of 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, arrived in the national capital to discuss India's engagement with the United Nations. Foreign Secretary Vinay Mohan Quatra met Abdullah Shahid, the president of the UNG and former Foreign Minister of Maldives. They discussed further deepening of India-Maldives ties. Indian Embassy in Budapest thanked Indian Army after the Himalayan Rangers ensured safe extraction of Hungarian trekker post an intense search and rescue operation. The monsoon flooding in Pakistan continues to wreak havoc as 119 people died in the last 24 hours, taking the death toll to more than 1,000. Russia said that their forces continued to strike Ukrainian ammunition depot. This as the Ukrainian military claimed they had repulsed Russian offensive in 6 different directions. Shell fire at the Russian-occupied nuclear power plant in Ukraine fueled fears of major disaster once again. Exports of Ukrainian agricultural products have surpassed 1 million tons since the launch of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Elon Musk's SpaceX launched 54 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit to provide high-speed internet to remote locations across the globe. Deadly clashes broke out between rival Libyan armed groups of the center and 23 were killed, dozens also sustained injuries. And this has been the biggest talking point across the country. Supertech's illegal twin towers in Noida have been razed to the ground. The 100-odd meter tall structure fell like a house of cards within seconds, within less than 10 seconds. That's the miracle we saw. A massive cloud of dust was released though as the illegally constructed structures were reduced to rubble using the implosion technique, sparking air pollution concerns of course. Now once authorities give the all clear, the 5,000 odd residents of the 2 adjacent housing societies will begin returning to their homes. Times Now exclusively spoke to the 49-year-old demolition expert Chetan Datta, who pulled the trigger and brought down the graph tower to the ground. Listen in.
डेमोलिशन रहा कैसा रहा, क्या आपके तरीके से अगर देखा जाए तो सक्सेसफुल रहा?
100% सक्सेसफुल.
100%.
कितनी देर लगी सर, जैसे कह रहे थे 9 से 12 मिनट? द सेम टाइम 9 एज अ सेकंड में बिल्डिंग पूरी क्रैश करेगी. बिल्कुल जो हमारी प्रेडिक्शन थी 100% सक्सेसफुल हुई है और 100% पास हुई है.
अच्छा, जैसे कहते हैं ना कि एक पूरी टीम का वर्क होता है, तो पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है कि कर दिखाया?
सर बिल्कुल पूरी टीम बधाई की पात्र है. और जब ब्लास्ट होने के बाद हम 5 अंदर गए और हम लोगों ने बिल्डिंग को अच्छी तरह इंस्पेक्ट किया. उसके जस्ट 5 मिनट बाद हम लोग रो रहे थे.
और सर कितने लोग थे, कितने इन्वॉल्व थे आपने, कितने लोग?
टोटल 10 लड़के मेरी टीम में थे जी, और 7 फॉरेन एक्सपर्ट्स थे हमारे और 20 से 25 की एडिफिस इंजीनियरिंग की टीम थी.
सर जैसे आपने एक्सपीरियंस बताया, कितने दूर थे, मतलब
मैडम सिर्फ 70 मीटर दूर थे इस ब्लास्ट से.
Well, after the authorities brought down the illegal structure, residents were seen celebrating. They distributed sweets and played dhol to mark the grandeur occasion. Celebratory visuals came in from across as residents are now eagerly waiting to return to their homes.
बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश हैं। जो हम चाहते थे वो हुआ है और थोड़ा बहुत जो उसके साइड इफेक्ट्स आए होंगे उसके लिए भी हम तैयार हैं कि बस मन से जो हमारी जीत थी। डर लग रहा था एक बार को थोड़ा रुक गया था तो हम लोगों की सांसें भी रुक गई थी कि क्या हुआ, कि फिल्मी स्टाइल में जैसे वो फांसी रोकने और बीच में आवाज़ लगाते हैं रुक जाओ फांसी मत लगाओ, वो सीन तो नहीं होने वाला है। लेकिन फिर 2-3 सेकंड्स के बाद ब्लास्ट हुआ और हमने कहा बोल वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय।
जो भी प्लान था उसके अनुसार बिल्डिंग गिरी है। इट अपीयर्स कि नो डैमेज हैज बीन डन टू एनी बिल्डिंग आइदर फॉर एमरल्ड कोर्ट और एटीएस विलेज।
तो आप लोगों ने जो लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी आज उसको लेकर के खुश हैं आप?
बहुत खुश हैं जी, बहुत खुश हैं जी।
परफेक्ट, बहुत ही परफेक्ट मैं बोलूँगा, ये बहुत ही परफेक्ट पूरा ऑपरेशन रहा है।
अच्छा महसूस तो हो रहा है क्योंकि हम लोगों ने एक जीत हासिल कर ली है, बट अब इसके बाद क्या होगा वहाँ पे क्लियर करना, सब क्लीन करना और जो कोई डैमेज वगैरह नहीं हुआ है उसको देखना, किसी का हुआ है तो उसको सॉर्ट आउट करना। अब तो ये कहानी चलेगी। बाकी तो अच्छा ही लग रहा है कि चलो सब कुछ अच्छा स्मूथली और परफेक्ट मैनर में हो गया। ये सबसे एक्सपर्टीज वाला सबकी जीत है, हमारी तो सिर्फ हम तो देखने की जीत कर रहे हैं। दे वर डूइंग द वर्क, टीम ऑफ द ऑल। कितने लोग इसमें लगे हुए हैं और कितने महीनों से लगे हुए हैं, कितना एक्सप्लोसिव पहले चेक किया इसके बाद अब इन्होंने किया है, तो ये उनकी बहुत बड़ी जीत है कि उनका काम भी सक्सेस हुआ।
काफ़ी अच्छा लगा, मतलब हम लोग ने तो ये सोचा भी नहीं था कि जो इतने साल से हम लोग लड़ रहे थे वो 9 सेकेंड में सारा कुछ ख़त्म हो जाएगा और हम लोग को रात की सांस मिलेगी। कि थोड़ा सा मतलब अब ये बात दूसरी है कि हम लोग 2-3-4 महीना उसको पूरा वो लोग क्लीन करेंगे, सारी धूल मिट्टी आएगी, पॉल्यूशन का तो है ही है, सीनियर सिटीजन्स को भी फ़र्क पड़ेगा, बच्चों को भी फ़र्क पड़ेगा, लेकिन होपफुली इट्स बेस्ट।
मैं यही कहना चाहूँगी कि ये जो डिमोलिश हुआ है इससे जितने बिल्डर्स हैं जो कहीं पे भी बिल्डिंग बना लेते हैं उनके लिए भी लेसन है कि उनके साथ भी ऐसा हो सकता है।
It was very auspicious moment, I'll say that. The complete illegal things which took around 10 years was down in 10 seconds. So merely it's a victory for the law, everyone, the people who are doing something uncorrupt and illegal activities in India. This is a message from the law that it won't be taken for granted. We are feeling very happy right now that these towers have been reduced to dust. Now let's just hope that pollution doesn't trouble us for very long, and we'll get to know about the status of any damage that might have happened to the nearby buildings, and probably by evening we should have the clearance to go back. This is a very significant event in the history of India that for the first time action of such a scale has happened.
So yes, those were the responses coming in from the residents in the adjoining towers. Now the major challenge for the authorities is the removal of the thousands of tons of debris that has been left in the aftermath of the demolition. Clearing process is underway. Officials are at the site for inspection. Residents will be allowed in post 6:30 p.m. But that's the biggest challenge so far. Here's what some of the officials have had to say.
Look at the dust. Just the total, all these trees, everything which is here is totally covered with dust and sand particles. If you look on the ground, there's no brick which can be seen. Everything has been done into dust. This is what we can say. There's nothing which is left in these twin towers. We are once again going back to the visuals where Mohan will show you every floor, every 32 floors of illegal demolition can be seen here, where the floors have been totally gutted down. Yes, certainly we are there on the ground and we are the one who is walking on the debris of this twin tower. The fiber cables is so much placed that this is the debris which can be seen here. These are the first and exclusive visuals which we are bringing you for viewers. We know that there's these small structures were put in. We have been told by the Noida police officials to move back because this area is yet to be cleared by the authorities. But on the ground, what you can see, that people are also chanting. These are the exclusive visuals which we are bringing here, where the demolition site is being seen first time on Indian television, only in Times Now. These are the small particles, these are the small, bricks which can be seen here. apart from this brick, nothing can be seen. We are being told by the Noida officials to move back, but we wanted to show that this area has totally. Sir, there is no damage to other properties. Sir.
We are showing you. Wait, let cleaning is to be done.
So there you have first reaction from the edifice. They will be showing here.
अच्छा तरह से गिरा है, बहुत सुरक्षित से गिरा है ये.
So here you can see in the visuals, although there's a bit of commotion, we apologize for that, but these are the exclusive visuals only for the viewers on Times Now, where you can see that this structure is right before us. We used to tilt up to see that, but now you can see that this particular structure has been brought to the ground, totally dusted.
ट्विन टावर जो है ठीक एग्जैक्टली विद इन अ मिनट गिरा दिया गया है 2:30 बजे के जस्ट बाद. दोनों टावर्स पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो गए. जिस तरह से इम्प्लोड करना था इम्प्लोड किया गया है. अब वहाँ पे सीपी नोएडा, सीओ नोएडा और डीएम जो है अपनी जो टीम है एक्सप्लोसिव्स की जो टीम है उससे पूरा इम्पैक्ट एसेस कर रहे हैं. सीओ नोएडा बता रही हैं कि जो EQI लेवल्स हैं उनमें बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभाव नहीं हुआ है. फिर भी काफ़ी काम अभी करना होगा मलबा हटाने के लिए और स्प्रिंकलिंग अभी भी लगातार करनी होगी. बगल की बिल्डिंग्स पर क्या इम्पैक्ट है वो भी असेस किया जा रहा है और जो डेमोलिशन की टीम्स हैं उस कार्य को जो है चेक कर रहे हैं. बहुत जल्दी जो है स्थिति पुरानी नॉर्मल हो जाएगी.
There was absolute normalcy. There is no damage to anyone, and it went out very smoothly with the effort of district administration and the police department and edifice company.
So, at what time the final call was made?
2:30, the time that was estimated.
So you are taking a round so that
yes, we are just looking around so that because this is an exclusion zone, no one is supposed to be here, and I would also request you to please move out of the zone because edifice has advised us not to let anyone inside.
By what time the residents will be allowed?
We are still speculating. We are estimating what the time is.
Well, politics too was quick to come in as far as the then illegal twin towers go. The Uttar Pradesh Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya attacked the Samajwadi Party over the twin towers, in fact saying that this was a symbol of Samajwadi Party's corruption and said that today this building will be razed to the ground. At the same time, hitting back, Samajwadi Party spokesperson Anurag Bhadoria said that those who do corruption only see corruption all around themselves. That's how the war of words played out.
उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी तरह से भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी पड़ी है. हर डिपार्टमेंट में भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है. जनता की नजरों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार गिर चुकी है और जब ये सरकार गिराने की बात करती है तो हास्यास्पद लगता है.
मैं यह मानता हूं कि समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार के समय ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत खड़ी हुई है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार के समय ये इमारत धराशायी हो रही है. लेकिन यह सारी कार्रवाई माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के आदेश के क्रम में हो रही है. लेकिन इस कार्रवाई से मुझे इस बात की चिंता है कि इसके कारण से एक राष्ट्रीय क्षति भी है कि एक कोई इमारत बन के तैयार हुई और उसके बाद उसे गिराना पड़ रहा है. पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से भी नुकसानदेह है क्योंकि जब यह इमारत धराशायी होगी तो तमाम प्रदूषण फैलेगा. लेकिन यह भी एक संदेश है कि भ्रष्टाचार करके अगर कोई भी इमारत बड़ी से बड़ी भी खड़ी कर लेगा तो इस देश की अदालत, देश और प्रदेश की सरकार उस ढांचे को ढहाने में भी पीछे नहीं हटेगी.
So we've kept you ahead on the Twin Tower demolition all through the day. Promise to get back with other political news updates doing the rounds after a very short break.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making, but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster, like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chillar, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not
Welcome back. Well, the last couple of months, there's been a big question mark on when is it that the Congress will hold the elections to the president's post. After months of dilly-dallying, now the Congress has decided to go for an election to elect the new party president. The schedule has been announced at the CWC meeting that took place earlier today. Now, as per the meeting, the Congress has said that the election will be held on the 17th of October. The counting will be done on the 19th October. And interestingly, it is none other than K.C. Venugopal who's made a big announcement and said that this will be an open election. Listen in.
Oh, it is an open election. Anybody can contest the election. It is an open election. No, now election is already announced. Those who want to contest as the Congress president should file a nomination before September 30th. It will start on September 24th. Till September 30th, there will be a nomination process. Those who want to become the Congress president should file a nomination.
Scrutiny of nomination, Saturday 1st October 2022. Last day of withdrawal of candidate, Saturday 8th October 2022. Publication of final list of contesting candidates, Saturday 8th October 5 p.m. Election campaign, Saturday 8th October 2022 to Sunday 16th October 2022. If there is more than one candidate, the date of poll at all PCCs, Pradesh Congress Committee's headquarters, on Monday 17th October between 10 a.m. to 4 p.m.
Moving on, after allegations of sexual harassment against the seer of Murga Mutt, came out. The police have now filed a kidnapping and sexual assault harassment case against S.K. Basavarajan, who is the administrator of the mutt. Now, Basavarajan is also a former JDS MLA and was booked after the hostel warden, Rashmi, filed a complaint against him. By the way, Rashmi is also one of the accused in the very case. And according to the victim, on the 27th July, it was Basavarajan who entered the hostel premises, found her alone, tried to molest her. In fact, Rashmi also alleged that Basavarajan threatened to kill her and asked her to maintain silence. Well, according to the complaint, Basavarajan and his wife kept the two girls from the hostel in illegal confinement after they left the hostel by obtaining a gate pass on the 24th of July. This was apparently done after the two filed a sexual harassment complaint against the Matsir. Meanwhile, after the controversy erupted, Karnataka Chief Minister Basavaraj Bommai has come out. He said that strictest action will be taken against the accused, also saying that the police have been given a free hand to probe the matter.
ಯಾವುದಾದ್ರೂ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಪಾಸ್ಕೋ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎರಡು ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಅದು ಆ ತನಿಖೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅವರು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
On to the latest in the Sonali Fogart murder mystery case. A fresh arrest has been made. The Goa police has arrested a man named Rama Mandrekar last night. It is Mandrekar who is accused to have supplied drugs to another accused, Datta Prasad Gaonkar, who worked as the room boy at the Hotel Grand Leonie Resort in Anjuna, where Sonali Fogart was staying, along with her two associates, Sudhir and Sukhwinder. Now, Gaonkar in turn allegedly supplied drugs to Sudhir and Sukhwinder both, and the alleged drug supplier Mandrekar and Gaonkar, and the owner of the Curly Shack as well, where all of them, including Sonali Fogart, went to party. They've all been booked now under the NDPS Act and have been sent to 5 days of police custody. Sudhir and Sangwan, remember, on the other hand, have been charged with Fogart's murder and were sent to 10 days of police custody on Thursday itself. And in a stunning revelation, the Goa police also claimed that Sonali Fogart was given a drug hours before her death. Based on the information received from the accused, this is what the accused have confessed to in front of Goa police. The cops found 2.2 gram of meth from the toilet of Curly's on Friday itself. Now, Sonali's families also claimed that the actor sounded unwell on the night of the 22nd August. They said she told them over a telephonic conversation that her associate Sudhir gave her MDMA drug, which they alleged caused her death. Now, the cops are investigating all possible angles, including if the arrested accused wanted to take over the property and financial assets of Sonali Fogart as alleged by the family members. And after Fogart's family met Haryana Chief Minister Manohar Lal Khattar, he also has written to the Goa government requesting for a CBI probe in the case. And the Chief Minister of Goa, Pramod Sawant, has in turn responded positively, saying the case will be given to the CBI if required.
हरियाणा सीएम ने मुझसे बात की है, उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट भी किया है कि थॉरो इसका इन्वेस्टिगेशन होना चाहिए और उसका फर्दर इन्वेस्टिगेशन उनको चाहिए तो सीबीआई के पास देने के लिए, तो वी आर रेडी टू गिव द सीबीआई के पास, हमें कोई दिक्कत नहीं है। उनका कल मुझे फोन आया था उनके फैमिली मेंबर उनको मिलने के बाद, और उन्होंने रिक्वेस्ट किया है कि ये केस सीबीआई के पास देने के लिए। तो फिर आज हमारी पूरी फॉर्मेलिटीज कंप्लीट होने के बाद, चाहे तो मेरे डीजीपी और पुलिस डिपार्टमेंट से, क्योंकि वो इन्वेस्टिगेशन पूरी तरह से कर रहे हैं, होने के बाद उनसे डिस्कस करके, and if required, we'll give this case to the CBI also.
In more news, 24 hours after CPM District Committee office was attacked by a group of 6 people, stones were hurled at the residence of CPM District Secretary Anavur Nagapant's house. It was said that the house was attacked by an unknown gang during early hours of the day. Ahead of Ganesh Chaturthi, a 120 feet high replica of Ayodhya's Ram temple is being constructed in Thane's Damankar Naka area. India has reported more than 9,000 fresh COVID-19 cases with 41 deaths in the last 24 hours. The country's daily positivity rate stands at 2.5%. The centre has appointed 9 judicial officers as additional judges of the Calcutta High Court. 13th edition of India-US Joint Special Forces exercise has culminated at Baklo in Himachal Pradesh. An Indian Army successfully averted a major disaster by diverting River Chakki and creating an alternate route. The river, remember, was overflowing due to a cloudburst. For that, it's time for us to head into a very short break. A special weekend show lined up on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
हटाना है।
Hello and welcome to this very special episode of Rising India Empowered Planet. Now, we all know that India is one of the fastest growing economies in the world. And it's obvious that any growing economy needs power. But there's so much concern around climate change and the greenhouse gas emissions that are happening. But the interesting part and the heartwarming and the important part is the efforts that the government of India is taking. In fact, in November 2021 at COP26, the Honorable Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi announced that India would be net zero emissions by 2070. Now, in this scope, one very important, a key part of this whole plan is green hydrogen. What is green hydrogen? Why is it important? And what is the way ahead for India in the green hydrogen sector? That's what we're going to be discussing on this very special episode. I have a panel of experts here with me. Allow me to introduce them. First up, we have Mr. Arun Sharma. He's the head of sustainability and climate change at Adani Group, and he's also distinguished professor emeritus at Queensland University of Technology. We have Mr. Ajay Mishra, Director General, Renewable Energy Society of India, and we have Mr. Shivanand Nimbargi, the MD and CEO of Ayana Renewable Power. Gentlemen, thank you so much for joining me here today. To kickstart the discussion, Mr. Arun Sharma, sir, I'll come to you. You know, like I mentioned, the Prime Minister announced at COP26 the goal of India to be net zero by 2070. How do you see this progressing further? What are some of the changes that you're seeing for India to achieve this important goal?
Well, thank you, and it's an honor to be part of this panel. I think India is in a fairly strong journey. Decarbonization and net zero will require that the country electrifies as much of its operation as possible, and the electricity has to be green. And India's push and Honorable Prime Minister's target is a step in the right direction. But we also know renewable energy is intermittent, and hence we have to look at storage technologies for baseload power. We are investing in batteries, and green hydrogen does provide another great option for decarbonizing the economy. Now, one thing is fairly straightforward and clear. I think India has chosen a very responsible path about the 2070 as a net zero target date, because India has to grow. India's energy consumption is 40% of the world's average and 1/10 to 1/5 of most developed economies. So India's energy production has to multiply several fold if the people of India have to have the quality of life they deserve. But it has to be done in a responsible way. Now, net zero path is actually quite interesting. There is no net zero without green hydrogen. The last mile of every sector requires green hydrogen to come down in price. And if you look at electricity generation, if the price of green hydrogen came down under $1 a kilogram from today's price of anywhere between $3 to $4 a kilogram, then we have a way to produce renewable power and baseload power in a very clean way. Similarly, if we look at some of the sectors like steel production, there is no way to decarbonize steel production unless the price of green hydrogen comes down. If we look at the aviation sector, the production of sustainable aviation fuels or green kerosene, again, is dependent on the green hydrogen pathway. If we look at shipping, again, green ammonia is touted as one of the possibilities to decarbonize the shipping sector, and that also comes from green hydrogen. So India has to be at the forefront of green hydrogen revolution because we have no choice. We are a net importer of energy. We spend $160 billion a year. Hence, the role of green hydrogen becomes very important.
Thank you for that opening comment, Mr. Sharma. I will be discussing a lot more with you later on in the panel. Mr. Mishra, coming to you, sir, it's important for India to grow in this space, for the green hydrogen sector to grow in India. But what other policy changes that you think should be put in place? This question for you, Mr. Ajay Mishra, sir.
I'll start with, 1 year back, our focus of government started with the speech and commitment of our Honorable Prime Minister on 15th August last year. 2070 is the ultimate target which has been set. But we would like, or we should focus on the targets which the Indian government is announcing, and the public and the private sector both are moving in tandem, I'll say, to a large extent, for 2030 targets. 2030 targets, all of us know, are for approximately 5 MTs of green hydrogen by that time. Also, last week, if I remember correctly, the cabinet took a decision that approximately 50% of our renewable energy to be green hydrogen in the next 10 years or 8 years. The green hydrogen policy basic framework was announced few months back. The IH2A Alliance, Indian Hydrogen Alliance, has put up, if I can say, benchmarks or the short-term targets which we should be having to achieve this. And we are overall on a good beginning, I'll say.
Right.
Right. I will repeat, we have no choice, as Sri Arun Sharma ji has said. And green hydrogen, in the wordings of one Professor Sun from Australia, it is the holy grail of future energy sustainability. And for an importing country like India, energy importing, that is the only solution for us to be a global production hub as well as for export of energy in future.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra, for that. Moving now to Mr. Shivanand. Sir, same question to you, sir. Your thoughts on, because so your field of experience is also in renewable energy. So what are you seeing, sir? What more could the government do to help India become this green hydrogen superpower, so to say?
If we actually look at the way the country started the renewable energy journey, it also started when the initial tariff of solar was somewhere around rupees 17, and then the government, brought in the VGF schemes, the viability gap funding, and increased the demand and attracted investment from various sources. Coupled with that was the technology side on the solar PV, where the cost went down gradually, and today, we have tariffs below 3 rupees. So something similar has got to happen around the green hydrogen. Country under the leadership of Honorable Prime Minister has taken the initiative to get the policy framework started. Now, in order to kickstart the demand side and in order to address the gap, as rightly mentioned by earlier panelists about the cost currently being high at about $4 compared to the viability of $1. So initial few tenders will have to come out whereby some support is given in terms of getting the viability gap funding so that we can start generating the demand for production of green hydrogen. That's number one. Number two, as rightly said, the difference from producing green hydrogen today, which is from gray or blue, whatever we call it, is from different sources of energy. The source of energy that is going to make it green. In terms of production of renewable energy today, I think the country is quite well placed in terms of exploiting wind and solar. The tariffs have come to a reasonably competitive level. The other thing which has to actually happen in addition to getting the viability gap and the demand picked up for green hydrogen is to promote the storage technologies so that the intermittency of the renewable of solar and wind is taken away and we are able to provide 24/7 clean energy to be able to produce the green hydrogen. Apart from this aspect, the other aspect is also there are different technologies which are there, and in terms of the electrolyzers and other things. So I think probably government could look at some kind of a PLI scheme in terms of getting more and more technology into the country on producing the electrolyzers or other technologies that might be there in terms of bringing the cost down of actually producing the hydrogen itself. The last aspect which is there is in terms of the technology as well as transportation of hydrogen. So it today costs quite a bit to transport. So I think we need to also focus on getting the technology developed to be able to compress to higher pressures so that we can transport the green hydrogen cost effectively. So those are some of the initial things that I have to mention in terms of moving towards making green hydrogen competitive.
The most pressing issue, the most informed minds, free and fair exchange. Converse India with Rahul Shivshankar.
I do not get into Indian politics when I go abroad. You want to ask me that question, you come and ask me in India. What is Atmanirbhar Bharat about? You ask this colonial mentality question. Atmanirbhar Bharat is also about overcoming the colonial mentality. That somewhere something better is made. It doesn't have to be made outside to be better. It can be made in India and be equally good, maybe even better. What happened after the 1990s was we opened our economy, and which was the right thing to do, because at that time there was too much state control, our economy was not competitive, it was important, we dealt more with the world, all of that was very good. But what happened in India was that business houses, when the economy opened up, they were naturally, what are business people most concerned about? They are concerned about, making profits, having a good supply system. So you had a situation where, in order to build their own businesses, in India, we started importing more and more from other countries. Now, if you contrast this, not only with China, if you look at Korea, you look at Japan, I'm giving those as some examples.
India has a lot of scope in the hydrogen space. We all know that, and the panel has spoken on that. But blue hydrogen, green hydrogen, what is it? I mean, is it like blue would be the first step, then green, or do you feel that we can straight away go to green and a larger portion will directly go to green hydrogen?
So we have to understand what this actually means. Green hydrogen, of course, is using renewable energy, using electrolyzers to produce hydrogen. Whereas gray hydrogen is producing hydrogen from natural gas, which obviously is highly emission intensive. What blue hydrogen means is producing gray hydrogen, capturing the carbon dioxide, and then sequestering it in deep storage sequestration reserves, for which we need geological reserves. Now, blue hydrogen may be a way to start in countries that have serious levels of sequestration reserves, like the Middle East, like United States, or like Australia. India does not seem to have, or that we know of serious sequestration reserves. So blue hydrogen, to my mind, is a non-starter for India for many reasons. One is the cost. If you look at the cost of green hydrogen, it's around $3 to $4, and 70% of the cost of green hydrogen is renewable energy. And we are going to decrease that cost further. And also, so many companies in India, which is should be a proud moment for India, are planning on building electrolyzers on Indian cost conditions. So the price of green hydrogen is going to come down precipitously. Whereas the price of blue hydrogen depends on the price of natural gas. So even in the most effective countries where the price of natural gas is between $3 to $4 an MMBTU, the cost of blue hydrogen is $2, provided you have sequestration reserves. So Indian costs are not going to be so low simply because we are dependent on getting LNG from overseas. So at $7 to $10, blue hydrogen doesn't make sense for India even at this time. The other thing is that when you are producing blue hydrogen, you are dependent on the fluctuating price of natural gas. Whereas once you are producing green hydrogen, once you have built a solar plant or a wind farm, the price will keep going down as the price of electrolyzer comes down. So for India, it is green hydrogen. That's what makes sense.
So it is green hydrogen all the way for India. That's where our focus is, and that's where we will be seeing the best results. Yeah. Mr. Mishra, taking this a step ahead, now the government has also initiated the National Hydrogen Mission. Could you tell us your thoughts on how this is going to be beneficial for the country to move towards, to move ahead in this space and to achieve its targets?
The purpose of any mission or any task force or any effort is to provide the impetus, to provide incentives which are required, at least in the initial stages, for green hydrogen. And it's a welcome step. Government of India has earmarked some funds also to start with. They are not much in the budget. It's only approximately, if I remember correctly, about 800 crores in the last budget. But more than that, the proposals which are coming through Indian Hydrogen Alliance, or for example, having 25 national green hydrogen projects, having approximately 5 national hydrogen hubs in the next 3 to 4 years, the financial support will be substantial for this. That along with the private sector. See, this is the first time or one of the very few times when we are seeing the private sector, if I can say, taking the right steps at the right time, including financial commitments, which will see the green hydrogen steamrolling, if I can say, in the next few years. Arun Sharma ji is there, so but then if we see the big industrialists, the Adanis, the Ambanis, even Acme, the kind of funds which they are earmarking for the next few years by way of MOUs, and the kind of alliances or the MOUs which they are having with the leaders of technology in few cases in Europe or in USA, that will set the ball rolling in a much faster way in the days to come for green hydrogen. India, fortunately, is well endowed with solar and in some parts with wind. We have not been able to achieve the 175 GW target which was set for us few years back. But then even achieving about 100 GW in the last few years is a big achievement. And that is only going to grow more because of the potential which we have. That combined with hydrogen, that will be the ultimate in the days to come, and government is committed to this, and whatever steps are required, as per my information through the people working there, they will be for it in the days to come along with private sector.
Thank you for that, Mr. Mishra. Coming to you now, Mr. Shivanand. So, Mr. Mishra was talking about, the role of private players, the private sector in this. I want to come to you with a similar question. So, the role of maybe the synergy between the public sector and the private sector, and the government and the private sector. What is the scope that you see in the future for private players in India under this in this hydrogen space under the government's Indian hydrogen mission?
Essentially, a lot depends on how the policy regulatory environment is framed and how the demand is actually created. So one of the ways the RE sector demand got created was the support of the government and also bringing in the obligations like solar power obligation and wind power obligations under the renewable power obligation. So similarly, I think the country is planning to bring in green hydrogen power obligation. So it mandates and creates actually a demand. So in terms of attracting the investments, once there is a robust policy and regulatory framework available and there is a demand available, I don't think there is an issue in terms of attracting investments. So today on the RE sector, I think India is one of the preferred destinations for most of the investors around the world. That can be easily seen with the amount of participation that we've been seeing in various bids. So it is that initial kickstart that is necessary in terms of getting the demand creation with the right policy and regulatory framework getting established. Also because there is a cost difference in what is there and what could be a commercially viable one. So till the time the technologies evolve and the supply chains evolve to the right cost levels, a certain amount of viability gap funding from the government will help this get kick-started.
Great. Thank you for that, Mr. Shivanand. Coming now to Mr. Sharma. So one question that I do have for you is, you know, with the Adani Group, it has interest in a number of industries, number of verticals. So why the entrance into the green hydrogen space? What's the thought process behind that?
I think I agree with the previous speakers that India is going to leap ahead in green hydrogen because, like everyone, India is providing supply side incentives for production of green hydrogen, but it is probably the only country in the world that is also looking at creating demand side incentive in terms of green hydrogen being used in ammonia production or fertilizers or in refineries or eventually in city gas distribution. And demand is what the business wants. Now, coming back to our chairman's vision, he has spoken on a number of occasions that the Adani Group moves to sectors that are adjacent to where it has already built core competence. We are significant players globally in renewable energy. We are one of the largest renewable energy companies in the world at the lowest possible cost. Now, 70 to 75% of the cost of green hydrogen is renewable energy. And hence, it makes perfect sense for the Adani Group to move into green hydrogen and the entire value chain of green ammonia, green methanol, and other diverse uses of green hydrogen. The other thing that the group has been able to demonstrate is that we can build solar panel at scale and indigenize the entire value chain that is required. Similarly, we are moving into wind turbine manufacturing, and we will manufacture electrolyzers like many other groups in India are doing. So if we are able to do that at Indian cost structures, then we further are able to reduce the cost of green hydrogen. And the other thing that we are doing, and Mr. Shivanand noted it very correctly, that storage of green hydrogen or transport of green hydrogen over long distances is still a challenge. So many projects around the world are looking at ports like the port of Rotterdam to produce hubs where there are green hydrogen producers, there are users of green hydrogen in different industrial sectors, and also export possibilities, and they are trying to do that. What the group has the advantage is that it is not only a renewable energy player, but an equipment manufacturer and hence a green hydrogen producer, but it can also use ports like Mundra to offtake the green hydrogen. And each of these elements being in the same group, we can be more agile and faster and help India transform its economy. And I'm happy to, take some more questions on what are some of the specifics, but that's the reason why the chairman's vision is that green hydrogen is not only good for Adani Group, but ultimately the best thing for India that will position the India as not only an import from a transition India from an importer of energy, fossil fuels, to a clean energy exporter.
Fantastic. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, for that. Clear to see that this is a very pivotal moment for India in the renewable energy, in the new energy space. It's great that that the government and private players and large conglomerates are coming together to make this move to ensure that India has energy security for the future. India is not a net importer, but eventually, hopefully, becomes a net exporter of energy sources. Thank you so much, Mr. Sharma. Thank you, Mr. Mishra. And thank you, Mr. Shivanand, for your time to join me on this special episode of Rising India, Empowered Planet. We've had a great discussion on the green hydrogen space, and the way ahead is very exciting and promising for India. Thank you so much for watching.
तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हैलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो। आणि म्हणून आज सांस्कृतिक विभागाचा पहिला संकल्प मी महाराष्ट्रात इथून जाहीर करतोय की हॅलो नाही वंदे मातरम बोलो। आता चांद्यापासून बांद्यापर्यंत मोबाईल असेल की फोन असेल, 15 ऑगस्ट उद्यापासून हा संकल्प सुरू। आणि तुम्ही सुद्धा प्रतिज्ञा घ्या कि आता यानंतर मोबाइलवर कोई हैलो नहीं कहेगा वो देशभक्तों का गीत वंदे मातरम, वंदे मातरम। आणि हे अभियान सांस्कृतिक विभागाच्या माध्यमातून 15 ऑगस्ट ते 26 जानेवारी पर्यंत आम्ही करू। महाराष्ट्राच्या प्रत्येक जिल्ह्यात ही जी तरुणाई आहे, सळसळत्या रक्ताची, धडकत्या हृदयाची, हा भारत मातेचा तिरंगा ध्वज विश्वगौरव नरेंद्र मोदींनी तुमच्या माझ्या हातात दिला। अब तिरंगा भी लहरेगा और ओठों से वही स्वतंत्र वीरों के शब्द गूंजेंगे, हैलो नहीं वंदे मातरम बोलो, वंदे मातरम बोलो।
Good evening, you're watching Times Now Live and I'm Swati Joshi. Let's first take a look at the top 50 developments. The illegal construction of Supertech Twin Tower has been successfully demolished. The buildings turned to dust in less than 10 seconds. Noida CP Alok Singh said that the demolition went according to the plan. Edifice officials informed that no damage has been caused to the residential towers in the adjoining Emerald Court. Noida CEO Ritu Maheshwari informed that cleaning process is underway. Gas and electricity supply will be restored in the area. People will be allowed to enter the neighbouring societies after 6:30 this evening. Team of Edifice Jet Demolition, CBRI and Noida officials have begun structural analysis of adjacent buildings after Twin Tower demolition. A truck-mounted water sprinkler with capacity of 90,000 litres was used to control pollution post the demolition. Water was sprayed to settle down dust particles. Prior to Twin Tower demolition, animals were evacuated by the activists as well. Nandi Seva Trust evacuated 18 cows, over 25 dogs from the vicinity. Special dust machines were installed in 6 different locations to monitor pollution level, PM10 and PM2.5 levels after the demolition. Prior to demolition of the Noida Twin Towers, Chief Minister Yogi directed officials to ensure that safety and security norms were followed. UP Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya blamed the Samajwadi Party government for the illegal construction of towers, said Supertech proof of corruption and anarchy during Akhilesh Yadav's regime. Countering corruption allegation leveled by the BJP, SP spokesperson Anurag Bhadoria accused BJP of being neck deep in corruption in Uttar Pradesh across all departments. Prime Minister Narendra Modi inaugurated Smriti Van Memorial, which celebrates the resilience shown by people during the devastating 2001 Gujarat earthquake. In his Mann Ki Baat address, the Prime Minister referred to Amrit Sarovar Abhiyan to conserve water. He hailed the participation of local administration and people for making the campaign a mass movement. 3 accused in Sonali Fogart's death case have been sent to police custody for 5 days. These include Edwin Dattaprasad Gaukar and Rama Mandrekar. Advocate Raju, who represents accused Edwin, argued in court that Edwin is not the real owner of Curly's club as per documents. Amidst allegations of Sonali Fogart being drugged to death with an eye on her property, Haryana Chief Minister writes to Goa government seeking CBI probe. Goa Chief Minister Pramod Sawant said after all the formalities, if required, will transfer the case to the central agency. After Muruga Mutt, Seer and 4 others were booked under the POCSO Act, now case has been filed against former MLA SK Basavarajan and his wife accused of sexually assaulting the warden and harassing kids at the Mutt. Speaking on the Muruga Mutt sexual assault case, Karnataka Chief Minister said police have given free hand, truth will come out. Victims in the Muruga Mutt case have been handed over to the Child Welfare Committee. BJP leader Subramanian Swamy has issued a legal notice to actor Akshay Kumar and 8 others for misappropriation in the upcoming movie Ram Setu. On the radio show Man Ki Baat, Prime Minister Modi said that we saw India's collective might on Independence Day. Union Home Minister Amit Shah addressed the first convocation of National Forensic Sciences University in Gujarat. He said students from 21 countries will attend college. Defence Minister Rajnath Singh has approved the third positive indigenization list to ensure self-reliance in defence. Kodiyeri Balakrishnan resigned as the CPIM State Secretary of Kerala. He was replaced by Excise Minister M.V. Govindam. Kerala Cabinet reshuffle is likely next week. This comes after Excise Minister M.V. Govindam took charge of CPIM State Secretary. Congress Working Committee met to approve schedule for election of party president. Congress General Secretary K.C. Venugopal said it's an open and fair election. Whoever wants to be president should file nomination. Election for Congress president post to be held on October 17th. Counting will be done on the 19th. In a tweet, Delhi Chief Minister Arvind Kejriwal said that Aam Aadmi Party has not spared even its loved ones in the fight against corruption. Video of JDU worker Gaurav has gone viral. Gaurav Banti was consuming drugs and the act was caught on camera. Centre appoints 9 judicial officers as additional judges of the Calcutta High Court. 13th edition of India-US Joint Special Forces exercise Vajra Prahar 2022 culminated at Bakhlo, Himachal Pradesh. Indian Army successfully averted a major disaster by diverting river Chakki and creating an alternate route. The river was overflowing due to cloudburst. 2 trains cancelled after a rail car derailed near Tara Devi on Kalka-Shimla railway track. A private passenger bus caught fire on Mahatma Gandhi Setu in Bihar. No injuries reported. India records 9,436 new cases today. Active caseload stands at 86,591. Team India head coach Rahul Dravid has tested negative for COVID-19 and has joined the team in Dubai ahead of the much-awaited Asia Cup opener against Pakistan. All eyes are set on India versus Pakistan match in the T20 Asia Cup. It will be played at 6 p.m. in Dubai. Afghanistan skipper Mohammad Nabi heaped praises on Zazai and Gurbaz after the duo ensured Afghanistan's win against Sri Lanka. Disney Star has retained rights to broadcast all ICC men's and women's events till the 2027 in a close to $3 billion bid. India rejects China's insinuations that New Delhi pressured Colombo against allowing docking of Chinese research vessel to Sri Lankan post. Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th session of the United Nations General Assembly, arrived in Delhi to discuss India's engagement with the UN. Foreign Secretary Vinay Mohan Quatra met Abdullah Shahid, President of the 76th UNGA and former Foreign Minister of Maldives. They discussed further deepening of India-Maldives relations. Indian Embassy in Budapest thanked Indian Army after the Himalayan Rangers ensured safe extraction of a Hungarian trekker post an intense search and rescue operation. The monsoon flooding in Pakistan continues to wreak havoc as 119 people died in the last 24 hours, taking the total death toll to 1,033. Russia said that their forces continued to strike Ukrainian ammunition depots. This as Ukrainian military claimed they had repulsed Russian offensive in 6 different directions. Shell fire at the Russian-occupied nuclear power plant in Ukraine fueled fears of major disaster. Exports of Ukrainian agricultural products have surpassed 1 million ton since the launch of the Black Sea Grain Initiative. Elon Musk's SpaceX launched 54 Starlink satellites into low Earth orbit to provide high-speed internet to remote locations across the globe. And deadly clashes broke out between rival Libyan armed groups in the center of Tripoli. 23 killed and dozens were wounded. viewers, now to the biggest story that we've been tracking since morning, the demolition of Supertech's illegal twin towers in Noida. These towers have been razed to the ground. The 100-meter tall structures fell like a house of cards within seconds. A massive cloud of dust was released as the illegally constructed structures were reduced to rubble using the implosion technique, sparking air pollution concerns. Once authorities gave the all clear, the 5,000-odd residents of the two adjacent housing societies will begin returning to their homes. Let's take a look at what transpired today.
In just 10 seconds, the 10-meter tall Supertech twin towers were reduced to rubble. With this, it is curtains down from what came to be known as symbol of corruption and end of a decade-long battle.
बहुत खुश हैं, बहुत ही ज़्यादा खुश हैं। जो हम चाहते थे वो हुआ है और थोड़ा बहुत जो उसके साइड इफेक्ट्स आए होंगे उसके लिए भी हम तैयार हैं कि बस मन से जो हमारी जीत थी। डर लग रहा था एक बार को थोड़ा रुक गया था तो हम लोगों की सांसें भी रुक गई थी कि क्या हुआ, कि फिल्मी स्टाइल में जैसे वो फांसी रोकने और बीच में आवाज़ लगाते हैं रुक जाओ फांसी मत लगाओ, वो सीन तो नहीं होने वाला है। लेकिन फिर 2-3 सेकंड्स के बाद ब्लास्ट हुआ और हमने कहा बोल वृंदावन बिहारी लाल की जय।
जो भी प्लान था उसके अनुसार बिल्डिंग गिरी है। इट अपीयर्स कि नो डैमेज हैज बीन डन टू एनी बिल्डिंग आइदर फॉर एमरल्ड कोर्ट और एटीएस विलेज।
तो आप लोगों ने जो लंबी लड़ाई लड़ी आज उसको लेकर के खुश हैं आप?
बहुत खुश हैं जी, बहुत खुश हैं जी।
परफेक्ट, बहुत ही परफेक्ट मैं बोलूंगा, ये बहुत ही परफेक्ट पूरा ऑपरेशन रहा है।
The Twin Tower demolition was India's biggest such exercise ever. With the help of waterfall implosion technique, the towers came crumbling down like a pack of cards.
The sound of the siren has just stopped because it went for around 3 minutes starting from 2:27 because 2:30 is the timing which has been, and as you can see this building is falling. It's an epical visual which you are watching it on the viewers of Times Now. We are going to wear this mask because the smoke is going to be coming everywhere. The dust has suddenly covered this building. It has been an explosion which people have been waiting for around 200 to 300 meters. We can see that explosion has certainly covered this particular area. This area was a no man's area. There was nothing which was left here. No sign of life was also made sure by the officials, and this building has been brought. It's totally smoke which has totally dust of the concrete particle as well as the particles of the concrete material and the iron which have been blasted. Finally, we cannot see that whether the adjacent towers have also been affected or not, but what we can see exactly that certainly the demolition appeared to be very straight. Till the last few nanoseconds I could observe this demolition was certainly a successful one as far as what we can see from the initial time. This area is totally covered with smoke. We have been instructed by the Noida authority officials that everyone who is in and around this area need to wear masks. What I can see, the adjacent building is safe. The ATS tower is safe, which is clearly visible through open eye. We cannot see any kind of, damage which has been caused to the ATS tower. We are still waiting to see that whether the Emerald Tower is also affected or not, but that is certainly not visible. So finally, this demolition drive has been carried out in Noida, which was the biggest event of this century, because this is the first time this event has been carried out in such a manner.
Soon after, sprinklers and smoke guns were used to counter the dust. The demolition was smooth, and according to authorities, there have been no damages to the nearby buildings.
नहीं, आसपास की सोसाइटीज़ में कोई डैमेज ब्रॉडली नहीं है, लेकिन जैसा मैंने बताया अभी जस्ट ब्लास्ट होके हटा है। 1 1 घंटे के अंदर स्थिति बेहतर पता लगेगी।
There was absolute normalcy. There is no damage to anyone, and it went out very smoothly with the effort of district administration and the police department and edifice company.
So, at what time the final call was made?
2:30, the time that was estimated.
So you are taking a round so that
Yes, we are just looking around so that because this is an exclusion zone, no one is supposed to be here, and I would also request you to please move out of the zone because edifice has advised us not to let anyone inside.
By what time the residents will be allowed?
We are still speculating. We are estimating what the time will be.
It's all done and dusted. The towers of corruption have fallen. This demolition is a strong message to those who once thought they were invincible.
हाँ, डर था। अगर वो अभी तो अगर हो गई, अगर दाएं या बाएं गिर जाती फिर क्या होता, तो वो डर तो था ही। लेकिन अब तो सब सेफली सब ठीक हो गया।
सब ठीक हो गया।
सब ठीक हो गया। अब तो सिर्फ धूल है वो सब है, जिसको 3 महीने बेयर करना है वो करना है। तो बाकी सब ठीक है कि सब सेफ है। आई थिंक अभी तक जो न्यूज़ है उसके हिसाब से सब ठीक है अभी तक।
However, the 3,700 kilograms of explosives used in the blast has left around 55,000 tons of debris, which again is going to be yet another mammoth task for the authorities to tackle.
ट्विन टावर जो है ठीक एग्जैक्टली विदिन अ मिनट गिरा दिया गया है। 2:30 बजे के जस्ट बाद दोनों टावर्स पूरी तरह से ध्वस्त हो गए। जिस तरह से इम्प्लोड करना था इम्प्लोड किया गया है। अब वहाँ पे सीपी नोएडा, सीओ नोएडा और डीएम जो है अपनी जो टीम है एक्सप्लोसिव्स की जो टीम है उससे पूरा इम्पैक्ट एसेस कर रहे हैं। सीओ नोएडा बता रही हैं कि जो EQI लेवल्स हैं उनमें बहुत ज़्यादा प्रभाव नहीं हुआ है, फिर भी काफ़ी काम अभी करना होगा मलबा हटाने के लिए और स्प्रिंकलिंग अभी भी लगातार करनी होगी। बगल की बिल्डिंग्स पर क्या इम्पैक्ट है वो भी एसेस किया जा रहा है और जो डेमोलिशन की टीम्स हैं उस कार्य को जो है चेक कर रहे हैं। बहुत जल्दी जो है स्थिति पुरानी नॉर्मल हो जाएगी।
For hundreds of people, their dreams to own a home could not be fulfilled. While several residents have received a refund of their down payments following the court orders, some others are still waiting for what's due to them. But with this demolition, finally, the hopes of justice have risen.
The Supertech twin towers in Noida, Uttar Pradesh, adjacent to the country's capital Delhi, were demolished today. Meanwhile, UP Deputy Chief Minister Keshav Prasad Maurya has attacked the Samajwadi Party over the twin towers, and in a tweet he described the twin towers as a symbol of Samajwadi Party's corruption and said that today this building will be razed to the ground. At the same time, hitting back, Samajwadi Party spokesperson Anurag Bhadoria said that those who do corruption only see corruption all around.
उत्तर प्रदेश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार पूरी तरह से भ्रष्टाचार में डूबी पड़ी है। हर डिपार्टमेंट में भ्रष्टाचार हो रहा है। जनता की नजरों से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार गिर चुकी है और जब ये सरकार गिराने की बात करती है तो हास्यास्पद लगता है।
मैं यह मानता हूं कि समाजवादी पार्टी की सरकार के समय ये भ्रष्टाचार की इमारत खड़ी हुई है और भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार के समय ये इमारत धराशायी हो रही है। लेकिन यह सारी कार्रवाई माननीय सर्वोच्च न्यायालय के आदेश के क्रम में हो रही है। लेकिन इस कार्रवाई से मुझे इस बात की चिंता है कि इसके कारण से एक राष्ट्रीय क्षति भी है कि एक कोई इमारत बन के तैयार हुई और उसके बाद उसे गिराना पड़ रहा है। पर्यावरण की दृष्टि से भी नुकसानदेह है क्योंकि जब यह इमारत धराशायी होगी तो तमाम प्रदूषण फैलेगा। लेकिन यह भी एक संदेश है कि भ्रष्टाचार करके अगर कोई भी इमारत बड़ी से बड़ी भी खड़ी कर लेगा तो इस देश की अदालत, देश और प्रदेश की सरकार उस ढांचे को ढहाने में भी पीछे नहीं हटेगी।
Well, that is taking to a very short break. News and updates will continue.
From being a waiter to being a Bollywood star, Akshay Kumar's life journey is anything but a cakewalk. Hailed as one of the most talented and dedicated actors in Bollywood, Akshay Kumar has had his fair share of success and failures. While some of his films turned out to be blockbusters, a few of them failed to meet his fans' expectations. But this year, Bollywood's Khilari had a particularly tough ride at the box office with his 3 consecutive flops. There is no doubt that OTT has brought about a massive change, not just in content but also in talent. Gone are the days when audiences preferred 8-pack abs and conventional physical appearances over hardcore acting skills. Audiences no more want to see exotic locations and huge budget sets, but just some exceptional content. While Akshay Kumar scrambled to flood the big screens with back-to-back movies, there were not enough takers. 2022 has not been Akshay's favourite in terms of box office numbers, as his expectations were crushed by Bachchan Pandey's underwhelming performance to begin with. Akshay Kumar's first release of 2022, Bachchan Pandey, was below par at the box office. Also starring Kriti Sanon, Arshad Warsi and Jacqueline Fernandez in lead roles, Bachchan Pandey is an action drama. Filmmakers invested a huge 180 crore rupees in the making but raked in just 73.11 crore rupees. Despite having all the elements of a blockbuster like a great cast, big budget and proper promotions, Bachchan Pandey failed to become a box office success. And here's why. One of the main reasons behind the poor box office performance of Bachchan Pandey was its release date, which clashed with the Kashmir Files and RRR. Bachchan Pandey couldn't stand in front of the grandeur of Rajamouli's RRR and Vivek Agnihotri's Kashmir Files. The action comedy is a remake of the 2014 Tamil film Jigar Thanda, which itself was inspired by the 2006 Korean film A Dirty Carnival. This movie's performance indicates that now movie buffs are interested in watching an original piece instead of a remake. After Bachchan Pandey, Akshay Kumar's movie Samrat Prithviraj turned out to be his second straight failure. The movie was made for an approx rupees 300 crore budget due to the costumes, special effects and extravagant sets, but it failed to impress fans and turned out to be a dud at the box office. The film could only earn rupees 90.32 crore at the BO. Apart from Akshay Kumar, the film also starred 2017 Miss World Manushi Chillar, Sonu Sood and Ashutosh Rana. Apparently, the film's failure left producer Aditya Chopra fuming, who reportedly put all the blame on Akshay Kumar. Well, Akshay Kumar, who is known for juggling several projects at a time, has not been able to achieve desired results this year. The movie failed to engage with the audience because of its bad VFX and Akshay's clumsy portrayal of Prithviraj Chauhan.
Welcome back. After allegations of sexual harassment against the seer of Muruga Mutt, police have now filed a kidnapping and sexual harassment case against SK Basavarajan, who is the administrator of the mutt. Basavarajan is also a former JDS MLA and was booked after the hostel warden Rashmi filed a complaint against him. Now, Rashmi is also one of the accused in the sexual harassment case against the pontiff. According to the victim, on July 27th, Basavarajan entered the hostel premise and found her alone, tried to molest her. Rashmi has also alleged that Basavarajan threatened to kill her and asked her to maintain silence. Now, according to the complaint, Basavarajan and his wife kept the two girls from the hostel in illegal confinement after they left the hostel by obtaining a gate pass on the 24th of July. This was apparently done after the two filed a sexual harassment complaint against the seer. Meanwhile, after the controversy erupted, Karnataka Chief Minister has assured strict action against the accused and said that police have been given a free hand to probe the matter.
ಯಾವುದಾದರೂ ಒಂದು ಕೇಸು ಪ್ರಮುಖವಾಗಿರುವಾಗ ಪಾಸ್ಕೋ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ, ಇನ್ನೊಂದು ಚಿತ್ರದುರ್ಗದಲ್ಲಿ ಕಿಡ್ನ್ಯಾಪ್ ಕೇಸು ಕೂಡ ಆಗಿದೆ. ಎರಡು ಕೇಸುಗಳನ್ನು ಪೊಲೀಸರು ದಾಖಲೆ ಮಾಡಿ ತನಿಖೆ ನಡೆಸ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದಾರೆ. ಈ ಸಂದರ್ಭದಲ್ಲಿ ನಾವು ಮಾತನಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ವ್ಯಾಖ್ಯಾನ ಮಾಡೋದಾಗಲಿ ಅದು ಆ ತನಿಖೆ ದೃಷ್ಟಿಯಿಂದ ಸರಿಯಲ್ಲ. ಪೊಲೀಸರಿಗೆ ಸಂಪೂರ್ಣ ಸ್ವತಂತ್ರ ಇದೆ, ಅವರು ತನಿಖೆಯನ್ನು ಮಾಡ್ತಾರೆ, ಸತ್ಯ ಹೊರಗೆ ಬರ್ತದೆ.
Moving on, after months of dilly-dallying, the Congress has finally decided to go for an election to elect a new party president. The schedule to elect Sonia Gandhi's successor was decided at a CWC meeting today. The Congress has said that the election will be held on the 17th of October and the counting will be done on the 19th. The CWC meeting was held virtually with Sonia Gandhi chairing the meeting from abroad. Meanwhile, KC Venugopal has made a big announcement and said that this will be an open election.
No, it is open election. Anybody can contest the election. It is an open election. No, now election is already announced. Those who want to contest as the Congress president should file a nomination before September 30th. It will start on September 24th. Till September 30th, there will be a nomination process. Those who want to become the Congress president should file a nomination.
नॉमिनेशन कब होगा प्रेसिडेंट का और उसके लिए क्या क्या तैयारियां हैं वो मिस्त्री साहब ने बताया, मधुसूदन मिस्त्री साहब ने वही चीज यहाँ प्रेस कॉन्फ्रेंस में उन्होंने बताया होगा, तो इसीलिए वहां पर कोई नाम की चर्चा नहीं होती। तो जो भी तैयारी हो गई है वो तैयारी और डेट के बारे में उन्होंने बताया। सारे कांग्रेस वर्कर्स की ये भावना है कि राहुल गांधी जी इस वक्त लीड ले और वो कांग्रेस प्रेसिडेंट बने।
And with that, we're slipping into a very short break. News and updates will continue. Stay on with us.
show this week, the people's car, the Maruti Suzuki Alto K10, is back in a new avatar. We also get behind the wheel of the updated Renault Kiger and tell you what's new. We also talk about puncture guard tires with tire partner JK Tyre.
It's been a while since we've had an entry-level hatchback on the channel, right? Thing is, the segment has shrunk and your choices within the segment have also reduced over the past few years. But Maruti, the small car champion, is convinced the segment is all set to bounce back, and it's brought back one of its most illustrious names for the job. Meet the new Maruti Suzuki Alto K10. Right from the very first Alto, two things have been at the core of the model's appeal: a low price tag and great fuel economy. The latest Alto K10 scores in both areas. Prices for the new Alto K10 start at 3.99 lakh rupees ex-showroom, while the top spec automatic version comes in at 5.83 lakh. The pricing means the Alto K10 undercuts the Renault Kwid 1.0 and is also about 25,000 rupees more affordable than the Espresso, with which it's closely related. The Alto K10 is not India's most affordable car though. That tag stays with the 800cc Alto that remains on sale. It's sufficient to say the new Alto K10 is one of India's most efficient vehicles, with the manual versions boasting a 24.39 kpl ARAI figure and the AMTs doing even better with 24.9 kpl. Now that we've established the highlights, let's talk of the car behind the numbers. The new Alto K10 is about the same size as the old Alto K10 that was on sale till about 2 years ago, but that's where the similarities end. The new K10 is new right from under the skin. It's the latest Maruti to be built on Suzuki's Hardtech platform, and in look too, there's little to connect Alto K10's old and new. The focal point up front is this large grille with a honeycomb effect, atop which sit these fairly simple headlights. Now, in the metal, it does look quite cute and cheerful, but what do you think of the way it looks? At the sides, you'll find simple lines and a fairly conventional hatchback silhouette. Other details include lift-type door handles, but one thing that will catch your attention are these 13-inch rims that look a size small even for this class of car. Those 145 section tires look particularly slim when you view the Alto K10 from the back. Now, styling at the back is quite simple, and there is a clear visual link to the Maruti Suzuki Celerio that just went on sale a couple of months ago. Now, as for other talking points is boot space, and to access the boot, you either use the lever inside the car or you need to use the key. There's 214 liters of boot space and you can actually fit in quite a bit. The single-piece rear seat backrest can also be folded forward to make more room for luggage. Remote door lock and unlock is one of the features included, and there are a few surprises in store on the other side of the doors. The Alto K10 might be an entry-level car, but it doesn't necessarily feel so or look so on the inside. The dashboard is quite neat. It is user-friendly with all controls in easy reach, and things like the digital instrument cluster and touchscreen really uplift the look of things inside. Quality levels are also good for this price of car, with consistent fit and finish throughout the cabin. In terms of practicality, the Alto K10 scores quite well. You get a reasonably large glove box. There's 1 liter bottle holders at both of the front doors. You get 2 cup holders at the center console, and though there's no dedicated space for large smartphones, there is a little bay where you can keep them standing up. Understandably, the Alto K10's driver's seat doesn't get height adjust, but you're still sat reasonably high and visibility is actually quite good. Shorter drivers might find the dash cowl a bit high though. The seats are also comfortable, but there are no adjustable headrests, and that could be a bother for taller occupants who will note that head and neck support is limited. As you'd expect, the Alto K10's feature list isn't all that long, but it does get you some new age convenience and tech features. Leading that list is a 7-inch touchscreen that also packs in Android Auto and Apple CarPlay. You also get steering mounted audio controls, which is a cool feature. There's manual air conditioning, front power windows, which are operated via these buttons on the dashboard itself. And though the mirror adjust is manual, the car is actually quite narrow, so you can reach out to the left wing mirror and adjust it quite easily. Do note the digital instrument cluster I spoke of doesn't get a tachometer. Here's a quick look at some of the features on the top spec Alto K10 VXI Plus. In terms of safety equipment, the Alto K10 gets mandatory items like dual airbags, anti-lock brakes and rear parking sensors. Sadly, there's no option for a rear wash wipe. The Alto K10 meets latest Indian safety regulations but is yet to be crash tested by global NCAP. There is a lightness to the car, but overall build quality is decent. Shifting focus to the back seat. You'll be in for quite a surprise when you look at the amount of room the Alto K10 offers rear seat passengers. Now, I'm just under 6 feet tall, the front seat is set to my driving position, and as you can see, I have ample knee room and also a good amount of space to move my feet under the front seat. Even in terms of headroom, I'm pretty well catered to. But you have to remember that the Alto K10 is not the widest car around, so the back seat is best for 2 passengers only. And another thing, rear headrests are small and not adjustable and only offer marginal support. There are no power windows at the back, and you have to manually wind down the windows even on the top spec version, and storage spaces are limited to this bottle holder at the center. On the go, the Alto K10 quickly establishes itself as a friendly city car. The Alto K10 uses the latest evolution of Suzuki's K10 1-litre 3-cylinder engine. This one packs in dual jet technology and there's dual variable valve timing as well. In all, the engine makes 66 horsepower and 89 Newton meters. Now, those aren't really high numbers, but then you have to remember that the Alto K10 is also a small and light car and can actually manage quite a bit from the relatively humble power and torque figures. The new Alto K10 feels quite responsive, and sure, while some of that low-end pep of the older K10 is missing, this still feels like a very zippy little car and is well suited to urban driving. Helping the Alto K10's cause as a city car is the option of Maruti's AGS or auto gear shift system that we better know as an automated manual transmission or AMT. Like other AMT systems, this AGS unit also works best with light throttle inputs. Do so and it'll change gears quite effectively and in a timely manner. But when you are driving in conditions where you need to get on and off the throttle, often you will find the system to trip and not quite get what you want of it. There's also that pause between gear shifts that you have to get used to, and frankly, it isn't the most sophisticated of gearboxes around. But if you can learn to live with the quirks of this gearbox, what you get in return is a great degree of convenience and clutch-free comfort. The AMT's creep mode works well in crawling traffic, but when starting from rest, you'll note vibrations at very low engine speeds. At times when you want to take charge of gear shifts, you do have the option to flick the gear lever to manual mode. I also drove the Alto with the 5-speed manual gearbox and found it likable. The manual gearbox Alto is friendly in its own right. The clutch is light, the gearbox doesn't require all that much effort, even though it is a bit rubbery in its feel. On the whole, this is a pretty effortless city car, and buyers on a budget will do well to choose a manual. Interestingly, the manual and AMT do drive slightly differently. Something which you do feel more on the Alto K10 manual rather than the AMT is the slight jerky power delivery at lower speeds. Now, it isn't all that bad, but you will feel it more in the manual transmission, and what it suggests is that the fueling is very aggressive in the interest of best fuel economy. Talking refinement, the Alto K10's engine runs quiet at city speeds but does get vocal with a 3-cylinder thrum when you rev it harder. What of the other aspects? Back in the AMT to find out. There is some slack at the Alto's steering wheel, but does it really matter in a car like this? Absolutely not. What you will appreciate is how easy the steering is to twirl and how comfortable it feels in urban settings when you have to take something like a U-turn. Low speed ride is somewhat of a highlight too. One of the talking points on the Alto K10 is its low speed ride. Now, it's not the most comfortable car, let's be clear about that, but those 80 profile tires do take a lot of the initial blow from the worst of our roads. Then there's the fact that you just find that the Alto K10 is a very chuckable little car. You'll feel comfortable driving it slightly off-road. It's light, so there's that confidence that it won't really get stuck anywhere. And these are some of the reasons why the Alto is such a hero in the hills. But what's the Alto K10 like as a highway car? Impressively, the engine doesn't run out of breath on the open road either and gets the Alto to triple-digit speeds with relative ease. But high-speed comfort is basic. The Alto K10's high-speed ride is best described as choppy. What that means is that you'll feel a lot of the road's imperfections, and the road I'm on at the moment has these harsh expansion joints, and each one of them comes through into this cabin. So that's the new Alto K10 for you. It's an honest car that delivers all that it promises. That is affordable and economical transport for the family. Yes, many buyers shopping in the price band will be drawn to a larger used car, but few options, if any, can deliver the Alto's low running costs and general hassle-free ownership experience. The Alto also serves as an all-purpose car capable of tackling India's varied environments with a smile. All of these are things first-time buyers in particular will appreciate. Maruti is convinced this lot of buyers will be back in the market and will help make the new Alto K10 India's best-selling car.
After the break, we tell you what's new in the updated Renault Kiger and we talk Puncher Guard tires with tyre partner JK Tyre.